Chapter 549. Ren Duxing took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and nodded. If you really don't want to interfere, I can't force you, but I hope you can think about it again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Uncle Ren, for your understanding. I will definitely think about it seriously. Ren Duxing waved his hand and said with a smile, Go, work hard and help me take care of Shuang. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and left through the portal. Sigh. When the portal disappeared, Ren Duxing couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his eyebrows full of helplessness. For a long time, being unable to leave this place had been a sore point for him. Because in this way, even if he knew everything, there was nothing he could do. But when he saw Qin Feiyang appear in the canyon, he immediately had a suitable candidate in his heart. Whether it was potential or intelligence, Qin Feiyang was undoubtedly the best choice. How could he shrink back halfway? He didn't know the reason why Qin Feiyang shrank back. But he knew that no one could stop Mu Tianyang's rise. Now he only hoped that this man could change his mind. Otherwise, the future of the great Qin Empire would inevitably set off a storm of blood. Even everything existing would change because of this. Qin Feiyang returned to the inner hall and went directly to the ancient castle instead of entering the alchemy room. Boss, are you really not going to interfere? Fatso frowned. To be honest, I thought that after Ren Duxing agreed, my heart would be very relaxed. But on the contrary, my heart is even heavier now. Perhaps, this is my destiny. Qin Feiyang sighed. Destiny? There is no such thing as destiny in this world. Although you said it very well, in Fat Lord's opinion, you can't let go of the great Qin Empire at all. Fatso pursed his lips. Lu Hong smiled and said, There is nothing to hesitate about. Everything is destined by the heavens, so let nature take its course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, this was the only way. Next. He walked to the front of the offering table, looked at the jade box containing the potential pill and 9 tunes yellow dragon pill, and fell into deep thought. A moment later. He opened the jade box and took out 2 potential pills and 2 9 chu yellow dragon pills. He turned to Fatso and said, Go to the Sea of Despair. Fatso was slightly stunned. Looking at the pills in Qin Feiyang's hand, he suddenly understood. He smiled slyly and said, Boss, Fat Lord can't do this for you. You have to do it yourself. Cut the crap. Qin Feiyang fiercely glared at him. Fatso chuckled and got up to grab the pill. He moved closer to Qin Feiyang's ear and said with a sinister smile, If Yi knows about the existence of the mermaid princess, she will definitely be heartbroken. You have to think about how to tell her. You talk too much. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and left the castle with Fatso. Immediately after. Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to cultivate. Seeing this, Lu Hong was stunned. She asked with a strange expression, You're not going to see the old man? This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and smiled embarrassedly, Let's talk about it later. If you don't go, who's going to help erase the blood contract of the pill fire? You have to know that the Pill Hall Master is a 3-Star War sect. Uncle Yen and Fan Jian definitely won't be able to help. Lu Hong pursed her lips and said as she pointed at the cluster of purple flames floating beside the nether devil flame. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said helplessly, Then let's wait for daybreak. Lu Hong held back her laughter and said, There will be more people in the morning. It might be even more embarrassing then. In other words, if Qin Feiyang went to find the old man, he would definitely be beaten up. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're right. Let's go now. He sighed deeply, stood up, and left the castle. Lin Yi also opened her eyes and sighed faintly, Why is brother Feiyang hiding it from me? Luo Qianxue patted her shoulder and comforted her, Don't worry. When the time is up, he will naturally tell you. Lin Yi nodded, but there was a touch of melancholy in her expression. Central City, Mansion Master's mansion. It was already late at night, but the old man hadn't rested yet. He sat alone in the pavilion in the courtyard, looking at the brilliant stars in the sky. There was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a figure descended outside the courtyard. It was Qin Feiyang. The old man immediately noticed that someone came, but he didn't turn his head to look. He said with a displeased tone, "You came to find me in the middle of the night. Can't you guys stop?" Qin Feiyang looked at the old man suspiciously. He coughed and said, "I'm here to apologize." This voice, the old man immediately shuddered and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang outside the courtyard. His old face suddenly showed anger. But then, the anger on his face disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Come in." Qin Feiyang felt guilty, but he could only bite the bullet and walk in. As soon as he walked in front of the old man got up suddenly, raised his old hand, and slapped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang couldn't dodge in time. But at this moment, swoosh! A black-armored guard came through the air and landed at the courtyard door. He said respectfully, "Mansion Master, someone wants to see you. I will deal with you later." The old man's arm paused. He glared at Qin Feiyang fiercely, then looked at the guard and asked, "Who is it?" The black-armored guard said, "It's a woman. I don't know, but she said she is an old friend of yours." "Old friend?" The old man frowned and said, "Bring her here." "No need, I'm already here." A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. If he remembered correctly, this was the voice of the Yunzhou mansion master. Why was she in the spiritual state? Could it be that the old witch had already guessed his identity? Swish! As expected, a white-haired old woman flew through the night sky and landed outside the pavilion. The white-haired old woman glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the old man and laughed, "Old man, long time no see." The black-armored guard immediately shouted, "How dare you, don't be rude to the mansion master." The white-haired old woman turned to look at the guard, her old eyes flashing coldly. "You have no business here, leave." The old man waved his hand at the guard. "Yes." The black-armored guard bowed and turned to leave. The old man also looked at the Yunzhou mansion master and said, "It has been a long time. If possible, it would be best if we never meet again." His words were very calm, as if he didn't like the Yunzhou mansion master. The white-haired old woman wasn't angry and smiled, "It's rare to see you, aren't you going to invite me, your old friend, to sit?" The old man returned to the stone bench and said calmly, "Sorry, this old man's temple is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost immediately." Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This old man's words were really merciless. No matter how good-tempered the Yunzhou mansion master was, he would probably be angry. Besides, he didn't see how good-tempered this old witch was. Sure enough, the Yunzhou mansion master frowned and said, "It's not that I want to come here, but I'm here to investigate something that has a lot to do with your spiritual state." What a joke! Your Yunzhou and my spiritual state are thousands of miles apart, how can it be related? I'm telling you, don't come looking for trouble, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. The old man sneered. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't seem to show mercy to this old witch from the beginning. The Yunzhou mansion master clenched his hands and suppressed the anger in his heart, saying, "The elixir fire of the Pill Fire Palace in Yunzhou was stolen, I suspect, wait." The old man waved his hand and interrupted the Yunzhou mansion master, frowning, "Your elixir fire was stolen, why did you come to my spiritual state? Do you have nothing better to do?" "Nonsense, why would I come to you, old bastard? I'm telling you, I suspect that Qin Feiyang of your spiritual state stole our elixir fire." The Yunzhou mansion master's temper finally exploded. Qin Feiyang next to him also tensed up. Sure enough, he was suspected. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but glance at Qin Feiyang, his old eyes flashing. but it was a bit aggressive. Why are you looking at him? Call Qin Feiyang over, I want to interrogate him in front of you. The Yunzhou mansion master shouted. The old man pointed at Qin Feiyang and said calmly, he is, you can interrogate him. The Yunzhou mansion master was stunned and turned to Qin Feiyang, frowning, you are? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, greetings, senior, I am Qin Feiyang. The Yunzhou mansion master sized up Qin Feiyang and asked, do you know me? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said, may I know senior's name? The Yunzhou mansion master sneered, don't play dumb, you definitely know me. I'll give you a chance, give me your elixir fire immediately, and I'll let bygones be bygones for what you did in Yunzhou. Qin Feiyang was confused, senior, what are you talking about? When did I take your elixir fire? Still pretending. The Yunzhou mansion master was furious and said coldly, then let me ask you, can you refine elixir pills with 3 elixir patterns? That's something that everyone knows. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Yunzhou mansion master said again, let me ask you again, did you master a battle art that can reflect the opponent's power? Yes, I did. Qin Feiyang nodded again. Alright, listen to me clearly. The person who took away my elixir fire could also refine elixir pills with 3 elixir patterns, and he also mastered such a battle art. From what I know, no one from the other big states has both of these conditions. Now that there's solid evidence, you still dare to say that you didn't do it? The Yunzhou mansion master said angrily. As the lord of a state, he was indeed smart. Although the pill hall's hall master did not say anything, she thought about it carefully and connected all the clues together. On top of that, she also heard about the rumors about Qin Feiyang. Hence, her target was Qin Feiyang. Plus, when Qin Feiyang went to see Ren Duxing, she was already in the state capital. However, she didn't look for the old man directly. Instead, she went to the restaurant to check on Qin Feiyang. Chapter 550. If it were anyone else, they would have panicked and let the cat out of the bag under the questioning of the Cloud State governor. But Qin Feiyang was calm. His mind was racing as he tried to come up with a solution. He didn't expect the Cloud State governor to come looking for him so suddenly and so quickly. What's wrong? Guilty? You have nothing to say. The Cloud State governor sneered. Guilty? Qin Feiyang looked helpless and said, Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't know what you're talking about. How can I be guilty? The Cloud State governor was furious. Senior, don't be so angry. Let me think about it first. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, if I'm not wrong, you're suspecting me because the elixir fire in the inner hall of the Cloud State was stolen and the elixir with 3 elixir patterns and a battle art that could reflect the opponent's power? That's right. The Cloud State governor nodded. But senior, I've never been to the Cloud State and I don't know where it is. Moreover, the 9 states are vast and there are many talents. Are you so sure that no one else can refine an elixir with 3 elixir patterns? No one else has a battle art that can reflect the opponent's attack. Senior, I can understand how you feel, but you can't be unreasonable and insist that it's me. You have to have proof. Qin Feiyang said with a wronged expression. The Cloud State governor's face twitched. How dare he say that she was unreasonable? What an eloquent tongue. As the Cloud State governor, I know the geniuses of the other states quite well. There's no such person. She held back her anger and gritted her teeth. Senior, you're the Cloud State governor. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I apologize to you solemnly. However, Senior, we are now discussing the matter as it is, so don't blame Junior for being too harsh with his words. Senior, you're being too presumptuous. How should I put it? It's true that you're the Cloud State governor and you know the geniuses of the other states. But Senior, have you thought about the countless geniuses in the 9 states? Some are high profile while others are low-key. And for those low-key people, even if they're standing in front of you, you won't know their talents and abilities. Why do you say no? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the Yun State Mansion master was speechless for a moment. Senior, if you can show me proof, I'll let you. But if you can't, then you'll have to give me an explanation. After all, this is not a small matter. Qin Feiyang again. The governor of Cloud State looked gloomy. Only now did she realize that she shouldn't have come to the spiritual state. She had brought humiliation upon herself. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she said in a low voice, "Previously, when I was in the restaurant, I heard that you had been missing for a long time. How do you explain that?" Qin Feiyang paused and said helplessly, "I've been cultivating in seclusion. I just didn't show myself in front of others. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old man. Of course, it's also because I'm too eye-catching. After not seeing me for a while, people couldn't help but make wild guesses." Qin Feiyang added. "Narcissistic little slick." The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Cloud State governor was also speechless. But after hearing Qin Feiyang's words, she couldn't find any other suspicious points. No. There was another suspicious point. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If I'm not wrong, you're an 8-star combat emperor?" Qin Feiyang nodded and asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" "Of course. Because the person who stole the alchemy fire is also an 8-star combat emperor," the Cloud State governor said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart and said angrily, "Senior, there are 8-star combat emperors everywhere in the 9 continents. Can this be considered a reason?" The Cloud State governor lost his patience and shouted, "They're both 8-star combat emperors and alchemists. They've also mastered the art of reflecting the opponent's attack. Is this a coincidence?" Yes, there are very few such coincidences in the world. But I'll say it again. Just because you don't know, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The key is the evidence. I don't want to say anything more. If you have evidence, just take it out. If you don't talk nonsense here." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. He stood behind the old man and lowered his head in silence. The Cloud State governor looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the old man. "Don't look at me. During this period, Feiyang has been in seclusion. And he's in seclusion at my place. So what you said doesn't exist at all," the old man said lightly. The Cloud State governor was silent for a while and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to bother you." "What's wrong? Do you think you can leave after slandering the people of the spiritual state?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "What do you want?" The Cloud State governor's eyes turned gloomy. "Feiyang is just a child. His mind is still very fragile. He must be very upset after being wronged by you. Shouldn't you give him some compensation? I'll say it here. If you can't settle this today, I'll go to the capital 3 months later and complain to the emperor about you." The old man sneered. The Cloud State governor was furious, but he didn't know how to refute. In the end, she took out a jade scroll from her Qianquan pouch and threw it on the stone table. Then she opened a portal and left angrily. Qin Feiyang saw the jade scroll and his eyes lit up. He reached out to grab it. But then, the governor slapped his arm and said angrily, "You caused so much trouble for me and you still want this jade scroll?" Qin Feiyang rubbed his arm and said sadly, "I didn't cause any trouble." "Humph." The governor snorted and said, "Then tell me now. Did you take away the alchemy fire in the inner hall of the Cloud State? If you dare to lie, don't even think about participating in the battle of the 9 states." "Well," Qin Feiyang frowned and said helplessly, "Okay, I admit it. I took it." "You really?" The governor stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang, but then he smiled brightly and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He nodded and said, "You're good." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought the old man would be furious and teach him a lesson. He didn't expect the old man to praise him. What was going on? Was the old man's brain cramping? The old man sneered and said, "This woman is not a good person. I'm very satisfied with what you did. Oh. Qin Feiyang understood. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable grudge between the old man and the governor of Cloud State. Actually, I didn't want you to go to Cloud State not because I was afraid that you would cause trouble, but because I was afraid that you would die there. Because that woman is very vicious. The Situ family, which was once loyal to her, was destroyed by her in the end because of a scoundrel's instigation. The old man said with a strong hatred in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously and asked, "You know about the Situ family too?" "Of course I do. The ancestor of the Situ family is my close friend. When I heard the bad news of his death, I was very angry. The last time I went to the imperial capital, I even mentioned it to the emperor. But this woman was full of excuses. The emperor was high and mighty and didn't want to care about this. Then, the matter was left unsettled. I'm also powerless." The old man sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the reason why the old man didn't like the governor of Cloud State. He smiled and said, "The Situ family is not actually extinct. There is still a descendant alive." "Who?" The old man looked at him in surprise. "You've seen him before, but he's not here now," Qin Feiyang said. "I've seen him before." The old man was surprised. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's image crystal made a sound. When he took it out, Fatso's image quickly appeared. Fatso smiled and said, "Boss, it's done." "Where are you now?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm at the old man's place. I happened to mention you. Come over quickly." "Mention me?" Fatso was stunned. After turning off the image crystal, he arrived in the courtyard in less than 3 breaths. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder and looked at the old man. "The person I was talking about is him." The old man immediately looked at Fatso. Qin Feiyang said, "Fatso is a descendant of the Situ family. He's also the son of the patriarch. This time, he's going to Cloud State mainly to pay respects to his family." "Really?" The old man looked at Fatso and asked. Fatso was a little confused. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also told Fatso that the old man and the Situ family's patriarch were close friends. "The patriarch and the old man are old acquaintances?" Fatso was shocked. This was really unexpected. When he came back to his senses, he nodded and said to the old man, "I'm indeed a descendant of the Situ family." "Great." The old man was quite excited. He said, "Work hard. You must clear your patriarch's name." "I definitely will." Fatso clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with an extremely determined light. The old man nodded and asked, "Is there anyone else in the Situ family who's still alive?" "Only the butler and I are left. It was the butler who sent me to the spiritual state back then." Fatso said in disappointment. "It's been hard on you. The butler is too much. It's not like he doesn't know my relationship with your patriarch. He should have sent you directly to me back then. You wouldn't have to wander outside." The old man sighed. "Maybe the butler didn't want to cause trouble for you. Maybe it's because I wasn't talented back then. He wanted me to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life in the spiritual state. However, I have to thank him for not doing so back then. Because that way, I wouldn't have met the boss in Black Bear City. Now, I won't have such achievements." Fatso smiled. "That's true. The two of you might have been fated to meet. Tell me, other than taking away the alchemy fire, what else did you do in Cloud State?" the mansion master asked. Qin Feiyang and the old man immediately looked at each other and smiled. Fatso chuckled. "Actually, we didn't do much. We just killed Commander Nye." "Ah." The old man was shocked. Of course, he knew about Commander Nye. He was a genuine combat master. Qin Feiyang continued, "Other than the alchemy fire in the inner palace, we also took away another type of 4th grade alchemy fire." "What?" The old man's eyes widened. Fatso continued, we killed all the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors in the inner palace. Even a 9-star combat emperor died. Immediately. The old man's face couldn't help but twitch. We didn't do anything. Fatso chuckled. Actually, we're still keeping a low profile. We could have killed the pill hall master, but the boss let him go. Ah. The old man was shocked again. This is considered keeping a low profile. That's not right. Suddenly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Why did you take so many alchemy fires? Chapter 551. What? The old man was shocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The nether devil flame and the purple alchemy fire appeared at the same time. The nether devil flame is already 4th grade now. After devouring this alchemy fire, it can be upgraded to 5th grade. So, old man, please help me to erase the blood contract in this alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang pleaded. The mansion master looked at the nether devil flame suspiciously. He released his battle chi and pounced towards the purple alchemy fire. At the same time. Cloud State's inner palace. The pill hall master's body trembled. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blood contract has been erased. Who exactly are you? Who's the person behind you? He mumbled to himself. He didn't have the status of Cloud State's mansion master. Hence, he didn't know much about the other states. At the moment, he didn't suspect Qin Feiyang. In the courtyard. As soon as the blood contract of the purple alchemy fire was erased by the old man, the nether devil flame recovered and pounced towards the purple alchemy fire. Very soon. The purple alchemy fire disappeared. At the same time. The aura of the nether devil flame soared. It finally upgraded to a 5-star alchemy fire. It can really upgrade its grade. The old man was engrossed in watching. He didn't know that there was such a magical alchemy fire in the world. Qin Feiyang kept the nether devil flame in the castle. He looked at the old man and said, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Leave? The old man came back to his senses. His eyes turned cold and he said, although I sided with you guys in front of the mansion master, it doesn't mean that I'm not angry. Qin Feiyang and the old man looked at each other. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Wang Hong. The old man suddenly shouted. Whoosh. After a while. Wang Hong broke through the air and arrived. The moment he saw Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu, a trace of anger crept up between his brows. He held back his anger and looked at the old man respectfully. Sir, what can I do for you? Lock them in the prison. Before the battle of the 9 states starts, don't let them leave. Guard it personally for this old man. Remember, don't let them escape this time. Old Master said. Yes. Wang Hong nodded. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and Xiao Chen. He said expressionlessly, let's go. Fatso looked at the jade slip on the stone table with shifty eyes and asked cautiously, then this jade slip, scram. Before he could finish, the old man shouted angrily. Fatso immediately shrank his neck in fear and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also looked helpless. Then, the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew toward the prison. Along the way, Wang Hongdu's face was dark and he didn't say a word to the two of them. You're the commander of a province after all. How can you be so petty? Fatso could not help but mutter. What? I'm petty. Wang Hong immediately stopped and turned to glare at Fatso. Ha, Fatso laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but glare at Fatso. Wang Hong was already in a bad mood. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he said that? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hong and said with a smile, Senior, don't. I really don't deserve to be called senior. Wang Hong said indifferently before turning around and continuing to fly towards the prison. Qin Feiyang's heart was bitter. When they arrived at the prison, Li Duo and the others who were guarding the prison could not help but be stunned. Why are you here again? Guard Captain Li Duo asked instinctively. Again? Fatso was instantly furious and roared, do you think Fat Lord wants to come to this damn place? Ah! Li Duo and the others were stunned. Wang Hong shouted impatiently, why are you talking so much nonsense? Open the door. Yes. Li Duo quickly turned around, opened the prison door, and led Qin Feiyang and the other two to the seventh cell. When the stone door of the cell was opened, Wang Hong said, go in, don't run around, or don't blame me for breaking your legs. The two of them walked into the cell helplessly. Li Duo looked at the two of them strangely and asked, Commander, do you want to put iron shackles on them? No need. Wang Hong said. Li Duo was stunned for a moment and understood what was going on. Just as Wang Hong was about to turn around and leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of Zhao He and said, Senior, is there any problem with Zhao He during this period of time? No. Wang Hong said coldly and turned to walk out of the prison. However, he did not leave. He sat cross-legged in front of the prison door and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Li Duo and the others looked at each other. He actually had to trouble Wang Hong to personally guard here. This Qin Feiyang was really a troublemaker. In the cell, Fatso glanced around the cell and said angrily, Fat Lord, why do I feel that we have a special affinity with this damn place? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, anyway, there's nothing to do now. It doesn't matter where we stay. You're quite open-minded. Fatso pursed his lips, but then said with a sly smile, what do you think that old witch's expression is now? Qin Feiyang smiled. That jade slip was at most a superior battle art. A superior battle art was definitely nothing in the eyes of the Lord of a State, so Qin Feiyang did not take it to heart. However, this was a matter of face. The Yunzhou Prefecture Lord was here to denounce them. However, in the end, not only did he not get anything out of her, but he also gave her a battle art. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for her. Needless to say, her mood must be very bad right now. By the way, how is she? Qin Feiyang asked. This she was naturally referring to the mermaid princess. Not bad, just a little. Fatso moved closer to Qin Feiyang's ear and said with a chuckle, I miss you. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, walked to the stone bed, sat on it, took out a battle chi pill, and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. He really did not dare to think about these personal matters before he took revenge. The most important thing now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible and prepare for the great battle of the 9 states. The next morning, on a mountain peak deep in the mountains outside the city, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them was an old man with white hair, but his face was ruddy and he looked very energetic. His whole body also exuded an ethereal aura. The other person was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall and his body was quite thin. He was wearing a long white robe, and there were a few strands of white hair at his temples. He was full of vicissitudes of life. His dark eyes were also very spirited, and there was a great majesty in them. The white-haired old man asked, Is Feiyang back? The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, He's back, but the prefecture lord put him in prison again. That child really doesn't stop at all. The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly, but there was a trace of doting between his brows. The middle-aged man smiled and said, This is Qin Feiyang, isn't it? The white-haired old man nodded and said, Continue to stay in the city and protect him secretly, but it's best not to have too much contact with him. Because with his intelligence, he might be able to see through your identity as long as you reveal any clues. I know. The middle-aged man nodded and asked, Have you found out the origin of that mysterious valley? Yes, it's Mu Tianyang. At the mention of Mu Tianyang's name, the white-haired old man's expression was unimaginably calm, as if he did not take it to heart at all. Mu Tianyang. The middle-aged man was stunned. Mu Tianyang is the emperor of the previous Heavenly Sun Empire. Back then, our first emperor was kind and merciful, and did not destroy his soul. But who would have thought that not only is he ungrateful, but he is also recruiting soldiers to overthrow the great Qin Empire. He doesn't even know if he has the ability to do so now. The white-haired old man sneered. The middle-aged man said in surprise, "Then why don't you get rid of him now? There are some things that I don't need to do." The white-haired old man said meaningfully before disappearing into thin air. The middle-aged man frowned and also opened a teleportation gate to leave. Time flew. The Great War of the Nine States finally began. This morning. Inner Palace. The disciples of the Pill Fire Palace and the Cultivation Palace all walked out and gathered in the square. Everyone was hale and hearty, and their fighting spirit was high. Among them, 3 were the most dazzling. They weren't brought along with the others. They were like brilliant stars, standing separately in the void. One of them was Dong Zhengyang. As for the other 2, one was a muscular young man, and the other was a thin young man. The muscular young man had a head of thick black short hair. He was taller than ordinary people and was at least 2 meters tall. He was like a small giant. His feet were bare, and his upper body was exposed. His skin was bronze in color, and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with explosive power. He wore a pair of black leopard skin pants and his eyes were like those of a tiger, exuding a wild aura. As for the thin young man, he was extremely handsome. He was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long white robe that was spotless. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. He even held an exquisite jade flute in his hands. He looked elegant with an outstanding aura. Many female disciples looked at him with infatuation. Without a doubt. This person and the muscular young man were the 2 kings of the inner palace who had never shown themselves. At the same time, Ren Wuxuang was also in the square. However, he did not look at Dong Zhengyang and the other 2 from the beginning. He scanned the crowd, as though he was searching for something. Shen Mei stood beside him. Seeing Ren Wuxuang looking around, Shen Mei covered her mouth and laughed. "You seem to be too concerned about that cheap brother of yours. What nonsense are you talking about?" Ren Wuxuang blushed and glared at Shen Mei. "Am I talking nonsense? But then again, that kid is so outstanding. If it were me, I would also like him. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family." Shen Mei joked. Ren Wuxuang said with a dark face, "Don't get more and more ridiculous. I only treat him as a brother." "Is that so?" Shen Mei looked at him doubtfully. Seeing that Ren Wuxuang was about to go crazy, Shen Mei hurriedly waved her hand and said, Okay, I won't say any more. Don't worry, he will definitely come." Suddenly, she felt a gaze locked on her. Looking over, she immediately saw Lu Xingchen looking at her. Immediately, she panicked a little. Ren Wuxuang noticed her abnormality. He looked at Lu Xingchen and frowned slightly. He then grabbed Shen Mei's hand and whispered, "It has been so long. Don't think too much." And Shen Mei nodded. Swish! Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky above the inner palace hall. "Greetings to the mansion master. Greetings to the chief hall master. Greetings to the pill hall master. Greetings to the martial arts hall master." All the disciples knelt down and kowtowed. Chapter 552. After the old man and the other 3 arrived at the inner hall, more than a dozen people followed. Among them was the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. The castellans of the 4 major districts. Among the 10 commanders, only Wang Hong hadn't arrived yet. In short, almost all the big shots of the spiritual state were here, which showed how much importance they attached to the Battle of the Nine States. Looking at the disciples below, the old man's face was full of smiles as he said, "Rise." The disciples of the 2 halls stood up. The Battle of the Nine States is about to begin. This old man believes that you are more excited than this old man. After all, this is the only chance to enter the imperial capital. Once you enter the imperial capital, both your identity and status will rise overnight. I'm afraid that even this old man will have to bow to you when I see you." The old man laughed. Hearing the old man's slightly teasing words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The old man shook his head and said, "Don't laugh, because this old man is telling the truth." The thin young man standing in the void said, "Master, even if we are lucky enough to enter the imperial capital, we won't forget your kindness in nurturing us." "Yes. If it weren't for the nurturing of the master and the 3 hall masters, how could we have today's achievements? We will never forget your great kindness." All the disciples bowed. The old man and the others couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. Although they knew that these disciples were just saying polite words, they felt comfortable listening to them. "This old man is deeply gratified that you have such a heart," but, at this point, the old man paused and his face became very serious. Seeing this, everyone immediately shut up and fell into a dead silence. Although you all have a chance to enter the imperial capital, the premise is that you have to survive. This old man can tell you that the Battle of the 9 States is very cruel. In the past, less than 1/10 of the people survived. The old man said. "What? Less than 1/10? Everyone was shocked. "Are you surprised by this? This old man will tell you something even more shocking. In the previous Battle of the 9 States, only 4 people from the spiritual state came back alive." The old man said. Hearing this, everyone's heart instantly became incomparably heavy. These 4 people are the current Grand Hall Master of the Sacred Palace, the Chief Pavilion Master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, and Commander Wang Hong, whom you are familiar with. The last one is me. Although we survived that year, we didn't win, but in the end, we became the rulers of the spiritual state. This old man isn't saying this to show off, nor is it because I want to get your cheers. This old man wants to tell you that there is only hope if you survive. In the 9 Prefectures' Great War, you have to treat your own life as more important than anything else. The old man said. Yes. Everyone bowed. Pavilion Master. This old man has already explained everything that needs to be explained. I won't say any more nonsense. I wish you all the best. After the old man finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, no one said anything. Looking at everyone's reaction, the martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you don't want to quit, then get ready to go. I think it's better for those who are below the 9-star combat emperor to not go, because they will only die in vain." But at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Swoosh. Following that, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang, and Fatso. 3 months had passed. Fatso had broken through to the 8-star combat emperor and caught up with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's cultivation didn't break through, but he had improved a lot. It's Qin Feiyang. He really came. Everyone was shocked. A trace of a smile crept onto Ren Wushuang's peerless face. Humph. Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? We will die in vain if we go. What about you? You haven't reached the 9-star combat emperor yet, right? Suddenly, someone said in a gloomy voice. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw Su Yang and Wu Yan staring at him coldly. I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Not to mention the other provinces, just Mo Wushan and the others in Yun province. Except for Dong Zhengyang, no one was their match. That was why he suggested that those who weren't a 9-star combat emperor shouldn't go. Because those who were below the 9-star combat emperor were simply courting death. Speaking of which, he had good intentions. Truth. I think you're looking down on everyone. Qin Feiyang, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Su Yang and Wu Yan sneered. Hearing this, the others were furious. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, all right, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Su Yang and Wu Yan were obviously fanning the flames to make him the target of public criticism. It was really a thankless task. If he knew it would be like this, he would never have made this suggestion. Su Yang didn't mind and sneered, "Words are like spilled water. Can you take it back? Fat Lord has a bad temper." "Yes, we're arrogant. What can you do about it? You don't agree? Come, let's compete. Fat Lord happens to have the time to teach you how to behave. You can come at me together. Fat Lord won't refuse." Fatso was burning with anger. These two simply didn't know what was good for them. Damn it. Even this damn Fatso is so arrogant. Senior brother Wu Yan, senior brother Su Yang, quickly teach him a lesson and extinguish his arrogance. Someone said angrily. Yes. Fat Lord is so arrogant. Whoever doesn't agree can come at him. Fatso looked down in all directions, looking like he was going to fight a group of heroes. But at this moment, the martial arts hall master frowned and shouted, "Stop fooling around. Get out. What are you doing?" The fatty glanced at him from the corner of his eyes filled with disdain. Since he wanted to be arrogant, he would be arrogant to the end. Moreover, he had long been dissatisfied with this martial arts hall master. Crack. The martial arts hall master clenched his fists tightly. Preposterous. How dare you be rude to the hall master? You're asking for a beating. Wu Yan and Su Yang's aura exploded as they rushed towards Fatso at the same time. Yeah. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The aura of the two was actually stronger than before. They were actually 8-star war emperors. He remembered that when they first entered the inner hall, the two of them were only 7-star war emperors. It turned out that they had both broken through. No wonder they dared to provoke him again and again. It seemed that these two wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge on Qin Feiyang for forcing them to lick the water that washed his feet. However, although their cultivation had some breakthroughs, Fatso's improvement was even greater. Are they really going to attack together? Fatso hid behind Qin Feiyang in a panic. Ha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why did you become a coward all of a sudden? Damn fat pig, don't say such harsh words if you don't have the ability. Get lost quickly, don't be a disgrace here. The crowd below immediately jeered and ridiculed. Su Yang and Su Yang also stopped in the void, proud of their success. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fatso was speechless as he walked out from behind Qin Feiyang. He glanced at the crowd below in disdain and looked at Su Yang and Su Yang. It's just a small joke. Look at how proud you are, your tails are almost in the sky. Small joke? How dare you trick us? Unforgivable. Su Yang and Su Yang were furious. Battle chi surged. Above Wu Yan's head, a giant peak instantly condensed, emitting a heavy aura. In the void above Su Yang's head, a fiery red disk also appeared, like a scorching sun, illuminating the sky. Damn! He actually used a battle art? Is there a need to be so serious? Fatso's pupils contracted, looking a little timid. Trash! Seeing this, the martial arts hall master didn't stop them. Instead, he took a few steps back, giving the three of them a battlefield. His eyes were filled with a cold smile and disdain. Don't run if you have the guts. Su Yang and Su Yang shouted coldly. Boom! Almost at the same time, the giant peak and the disc whizzed out, carrying a shocking aura, and blasted towards Fatso. Run? Fatso straightened his back and said disdainfully, in Fat Lord's dictionary, the word run does not exist. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and hid behind Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Boss, you do it. Qin Feiyang's forehead was instantly filled with a row of black lines. He said angrily, can't you be a little more promising? It was simply a disgrace to him. Fatso suppressed his voice and said seriously, you misunderstood. Fat Lord is not a little more promising. Fat Lord just doesn't want to expose his strength too early. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him and raised his head to look at the giant peak and disc. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he pointed his index finger in the air. The third move of the void returning art, splitting sky. An invisible force suddenly roared out and pounced over with an earth-shattering force. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by two deafening noises, the giant peak and the round plate instantly shattered. Puff! Su Yang and Su Yang also spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss, you can rest now. Next, the wise and mighty Fat Lord will end this boring confrontation. Fatso took a step out from behind Qin Feiyang and flew towards Su Yang and Su Yang in high spirits. He roared, "You two small fries, tremble in fear." As soon as he stepped forward, he slapped the two of them in the face. The two of them were immediately stunned. But they weren't stunned by the slap. They were angered by Fatso's shamelessness. Blockheads like you dare to challenge Fat Lord? Fatso's face was full of disdain. He clenched his fists and took the opportunity to punch the two in the stomach. Ah! The two of them screamed and were directly sent flying. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Who else is not convinced? Fatso looked at the two of them in disdain and then glanced at the crowd below. His arrogant look made people gnash their teeth in anger. Clown! Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Ren Wushuang, who was in the crowd below, couldn't stop his cheeks from twitching. After so many years, Fatso's character didn't change at all. Instead, he became more and more shameless and wretched. No one dares to go up. If you can't even defeat Fat Lord, who dares to participate in the 9 states tournament? Isn't that a joke? Fatso smiled disdainfully. Have you had enough? The martial arts hall master couldn't stand it anymore. He originally wanted Su Yang and Su Yang to give Fatso and Qin Feiyang some trouble. But he didn't expect the two of them to be so useless and defeated in one move. Chapter 553. The mansion master smiled faintly and said, "Let them do it if they want to." The martial arts hall master looked at the old man in disbelief and said, "My lord, aren't you indulging them?" The old man smiled but didn't say anything. The martial arts hall master frowned. At this moment, the pill hall master sighed, "Some people's IQ is really worrying." "Who are you talking about?" The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and looked at him unkindly. "Who knows? My lord, letting them do whatever they want has nothing to do with indulging them. My lord wants to take this opportunity to observe everyone's strength so that he can pick someone to be the leader. After all, the 9 prefectures war isn't a child's play. If we're like a plate of loose sand now, we won't have any chance of winning." The pill hall master said faintly. "So that's why." The martial arts hall master murmured. The pill hall master said playfully, "You can't even think of this. Don't you think you're stupid?" The martial arts hall master was furious. "Enough. There are so many disciples here. Can't you guys stop and set a good example?" The colorful clothed lady yelled. The pill hall master and the martial arts hall master went silent. However, the disciples below were in an uproar. Because the pill hall master didn't hide what he said intentionally. Everyone heard it. Everyone was guessing. Who would be the leader in the end? One must know. Leader wasn't just a title. There were many benefits involved. Most importantly, he could order everyone around him. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also hesitating. Should he snatch the leader's position? Although he could maximize his benefits if he became the leader, it would also attract a lot of trouble. And he hated trouble the most. At this moment, Su Yang and the martial arts hall master steadied themselves and wiped the blood from the corner of their mouth. They immediately looked at Fatso. Their eyes were cold and piercing. "Why? You still want to play?" Fatso glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Wu Yan said in a deep voice, "If you have the guts, don't hide behind Qin Feiyang." Fight us fair and square. Fatso said confidently, you call this hiding? This is a tactic. Do you understand? Bastard. There's a limit to your shamelessness. The two were furious. Boom. Behind him, two enormous beings soared into the sky. Similar to their battle arts, there was also a towering mountain and a fiery red disc. However, the difference was that the aura it exuded was much stronger than that of a battle art. That was right. This was their fighting soul. They had even activated their fighting souls, which showed how angry they were. Oh my god. When Fatso saw that the two of them had activated their fighting souls, he let out a strange cry. Without hesitation, he turned around and slipped behind Qin Feiyang. What a fucking bitch. Seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but have the thought of ruthlessly beating up the fatty. This included Dong Zhengyang, the brawny man, and the skinny young man. Dong Zhengyang was actually a little better. After all, he had interacted with Fatso before. As for the burly man and the skinny young man, although they were usually in seclusion, they had heard of Fatso's deeds. However, what he saw with his own eyes was completely different from what he had heard before. They couldn't figure out how there could be such a shameless person in the world. Did Fatso know how to write the word shame? Without a doubt. Su Yang and the skinny young man were even more furious and their lungs were about to explode. Clang! Boom! The two war souls roared in the sky as they charged at Fatty with overbearing momentum. They were confident in their own fighting souls. Even Qin Feiyang would not be able to block them. However, they soon understood that things in the world were often not as simple as they thought. Qin Feiyang only raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. An invisible force was like a torrent of beasts, covering the sky and earth. The fourth move of the Void End skill, Void End. Boom! After a few breaths of time, the two fighting souls and the invisible force collapsed at the same time. Qin Feiyang's body trembled slightly and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Su Yang and the skinny young man were sent flying again and their faces were as pale as paper. Ha, did you see that? That's the difference between us. Fatso immediately stood up with his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. Qin Feiyang frowned and said angrily, enough, stop fooling around. After saying that, he retreated to the side and remained silent. This was because when he was fighting with Su Yang and the skinny young man, he had decided not to compete for the position of team leader. On the one hand, he was afraid of trouble. On the other hand, he did not want to spend time taking care of these ignorant people. Fatso smiled bitterly and stood obediently beside Qin Feiyang. The old master looked at Qin Feiyang and could not help but frown. In his heart, Qin Feiyang was the best choice for team leader. However, it was obvious that Qin Feiyang did not have this intention. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to stop now. Ahem. After a dry cough, the old master looked at Su Yang and the skinny young man and said, both of you, stop. Now, who is the most suitable team leader? Since the estate master had spoken, Su Yang and the skinny young man naturally did not dare to continue arguing. However, they were still very unhappy in their hearts. I support senior brother Dongfang Wuhan. Wu Yan was the first to speak. I also support senior brother Wuhan to be the team leader. Su Yang also spoke. I also support him, because only senior brother Wuhan can take on such a heavy responsibility. That's right, I also support him. The group of disciples below began to jeer. Thank you for your love, but I am really powerless. Please choose someone else. The skinny young man immediately cupped his hands and smiled. So his name is Dongfang Wuhan. Is he Dongfang Yu's clansman? Qin Feiyang murmured. In fact, I think senior brother Murong Xiong can also be the team leader this time. I don't agree. Although senior brother Murong Xiong is the king of the inner hall, to put it bluntly, he is all brawn and no brains. I think senior brother Dong Zhenyang is qualified to do so, because he has both brains and strength. Even so, senior brother Dong Zhenyang is just a newly promoted king after all. He can't be compared with senior brother Murong Xiong and senior brother Dongfang Wuhan. I don't care. Anyway, they are all kings. It doesn't matter who is the team leader. Everyone was talking about it. Their eyes were all on Dong Zhenyang and the other two. However, as the three people involved, they didn't express any opinions and kept silent. I support Qin Feiyang. At this time, an exceptionally loud voice rang out. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. Qin Feiyang also looked over. The person who spoke was actually Lu Xingqian. If we put aside all prejudices, no one can deny that Qin Feiyang is definitely the first candidate with his talent, brains, and means. The most important thing is that he can refine the best pills that others can't. This will be of great help to our victory. Lu Xingqian said with a smile. This point can't be denied. But Qin Feiyang is too selfish. If he is the team leader, I'm afraid he will be the only one who benefits in the end. As for us, we will all become cannon fodder. So, I firmly oppose. Wu Yan and Su Yang said. The others also nodded one after another, expressing their agreement. Lu Xingqian said with a faint smile, I'm just telling the truth. Whether you choose him or not is your business. After that, he closed his mouth and didn't say another word. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingqian with deep meaning and said lightly, I'm not interested. You guys take your time to choose. Even if you are interested, we won't choose you. Su Yang sneered. Clown, fat lord. Let's see how long you can jump. Qin Feiyang's face was very calm, without the slightest ripple, but Fatso's eyes flashed with a cold light. After some debate, the final candidate for the team leader was finally finalized, and it was Dongfang Wuhan. First, Dongfang Wuhan's strength was the strongest in the inner palace, and the brawny man Murong Xiong was also inferior to him. Second, Dongfang Wuhan was also an alchemist, and his talent was not worse than Lu Xingqian's. But the old man was not very satisfied with Dongfang Wuhan, who was expected to be the team leader. However, this was everyone's decision, and he couldn't say much. The old man said, in this battle of the 9 states, Commander Wang Hong and the current castellan of the East City, Jiang Qianqing, will escort you. You must listen to them. Yes. Everyone responded. Jiang Qianqing. Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Wang Hong's escort wasn't out of his expectations. After all, Wang Hong was the strongest existence in the spiritual state besides the old man, and he could better ensure everyone's safety. However, he was surprised that Jiang Qianqing would be the escort. Although Jiang Qianqing's status was not low, he was still the castellan and had nothing to do with the holy sanctum. Why did he have to escort them? At the same time, the old man looked at the Grand Hall Master and the others and asked, Do you have anything else to say? No. The Grand Hall Master and the others shook their heads. Then let's go. The old man waved his hand and opened a portal in the void. Wang Hong took the lead to walk to the portal, looked at the disciples of the 2 palaces, and said, I will say one last thing. I have personally experienced the battle of the 9 states and know how cruel it is. It is not too late to regret now, but once you step into the portal, your fate will no longer be in your hands. Think carefully. After that, Wang Hong turned and walked into the portal. Jiang Qianqing did not go in, but stood beside the portal and glanced at everyone. Hearing Wang Hong's words, some disciples began to hesitate. But there were also people who entered the portal without hesitation. For example, Dong Zhenyang, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingqian, Wu Yan, Su Yang, and so on. As people entered the portal one by one, the number of people in the inner palace kept decreasing. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang found a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Xiang Shaolong. Why was he in the inner palace? When he first met Xiang Shaolong had just broken through to the 9-star battle monarch realm, but how long had it been, and he was in the inner palace? Just when he was puzzled, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flickered, and he whispered, "So it's you." "What do you mean it's you?" Fatso heard Qin Feiyang's whisper and could not help but ask in confusion. "On the night we just returned to the inner palace, didn't someone meet Lu Xingqian on the peak of the mountain?" At that time, I felt that the voice was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember who it was. When I saw Xiang Xiaolong just now, I remembered. It was him. Qin Feiyang said. Him? Fatso was slightly stunned. He followed Qin Feiyang's gaze, and his eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 554. Xiang Xiaolong didn't notice that Qin Feiyang was paying attention to him. He raised his head and looked at the portal, as if he was struggling. At this moment, Lu Xingqian soared into the air and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin, when are you going in?" Fatso revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you when we go in?" There was obvious dissatisfaction in his words. How could Lu Xingqian not hear it? But the smile on his face remained. "Back then, when we went to the ruins, I fought side by side with Brother Qin. Our tacit understanding is not bad, so this time, I want to continue working with Brother Qin. As for Dongfang Wuhan and the others, to be honest, I don't think highly of them." Lu Xingqian laughed. He deliberately lowered his voice so that only the three of them could hear him. Fatso was startled for a moment, then laughed, "You have good eyes, but we might not cooperate with you." Lu Xingqian smiled faintly, "This still depends on Brother Qin, right?" Fatso pursed his lips. When he was with Qin Feiyang, he couldn't make the decision, but he could give his opinion. The Lu Xingqian after his rebirth was too strange, he had to be on guard. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "We don't know what the situation is like in the Nine Regions Great War. I think it's better for us to wait until we understand the details before we talk about cooperation. This way, he wouldn't offend anyone and would also leave himself a way out. What if there was a need to cooperate with Lu Xingqian in the future?" Therefore, he couldn't say too much. "All right." Lu Xingqian nodded. He also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, because it was obvious that Qin Feiyang hadn't let down his guard against him. Suddenly, the struggling Xiang Xiaolong soared into the air and flew towards the portal. Fatso was surprised. This guy really dared to go. Judging from his aura, Xiang Xiaolong was only a one-star war emperor. Wasn't it equivalent to courting death? After Xiang Xiaolong, many more people entered the portal. However, there were also many people who changed their minds. The cultivation level of these people was basically below 6-star combat emperor. One of them was someone Qin Feiyang was familiar with, Murong Jing. She also chose to withdraw. In the eyes of others, her actions might seem cowardly, but in the eyes of Qin Feiyang, it was a very wise decision. After all, the Great War of the Nine States wasn't the only one. Rather than throwing away their lives now, they might as well wait until the next Great War and become stronger before participating in it. Wouldn't that be more secure? "Smelly brat, when we enter the battlefield, you must protect Shuang, well. If anything happens to her, when you return, this old man will not let you off easily." At this moment, an old voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. It was the old man who was transmitting a message to him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Even if the old man didn't say anything, he would do his best to protect this cheap sister of his. Whoosh! In the meantime, Ren Wushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and flew side by side with Shenmei towards the portal. "Shenmei is going too." Qin Feiyang frowned. This woman used to be a 5-star combat emperor, and now she had broken through to 6-star combat emperor, but her strength was still not enough. Looks like there's going to be more trouble. Women really don't let people be at ease. Fatso couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After the incident with Lu Xingqian, not only did it not change the relationship between Ren Wushuang and Shenmei, but it also made them closer. It could even be said that they were like sisters. If they wanted to protect Ren Wushuang, they would definitely have to take care of Xin Mei. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso's gloomy face and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He called out and followed Ren Wushuang and stepped into the portal. Fatso also followed in. Lu Xingchen glanced at the inner hall and his eyes flashed. He rushed into the portal without looking back. Jiang Qianqing also followed in. He was also the last person to enter the portal. When the portal disappeared, the old man sighed and said, "I hope that this time, everyone can return safely." That's unrealistic. The multicolor-clothed woman shook her head. For a moment, the hearts of the leaders present felt as if there was a rock pressing down on them. It was incomparably heavy. Outside the state capital, there was a huge canyon. The canyon was more than 10 miles long, surrounded by mountains and isolated from the world. Within the canyon, there were 4 different areas. In the south, there was a colorful sea of flowers. Among the flowers, there were all kinds of medicinal herbs swaying in the wind, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. In the north, there was a clear lake like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. In the west, there was a plain without any trees. It was covered with green grass, looking like an oasis in the desert. In the east, there was a green forest. The trees were not particularly thick, but they were lush and full of vitality. This place was peaceful, tranquil, and quiet. This was like a fairyland. When one was in it, no matter how many troubles one had, one could forget them all. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a group of young people appeared in the sky above the canyon. All of them had extraordinary auras and were wearing the uniform of the sacred palace. That's right. They were the disciples of the inner hall. Coming to this unfamiliar place, everyone was extremely surprised. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at the canyon below with extremely unpleasant expressions. Because this was the butterfly valley that they did not want to come to even in their dreams. "Boss, what's going on?" Fatso was extremely surprised. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Weren't they going to participate in the great battle of the 9 states? Why were they here? Was that ugly old witch in the butterfly valley now? The two of them could not help but look at the forest in the east. Because that was where the ugly old woman lived. Hey! Look, there are so many medicinal herbs there. Red fire glass tree, 9 suns flower, fire ginseng, blood ginseng, all of them are the most precious treasures. There's even a heart protection fruit. Just as Qin Feiyang and Fatso were feeling uneasy, a series of exclamations were heard. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the sea of flowers in the south, their eyes full of greed. "They're all mine." Some people with poor self-control even rushed towards the sea of flowers at once, looking a little crazy. Seeing this, Wang Hong's face darkened and he shouted, "All of you, stop." However, with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs in front of them, they were like beautiful little girls taking off their clothes and waving at them. They really could not resist such a temptation. They turned a deaf ear to Wang Hong's shout. Damn it! Wang Hong could not help but curse, his eyes as gloomy as water. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying pressure appeared, coming from the forest in the east. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes trembled. This pressure was too familiar. It was that ugly old woman. Whoosh! As expected, a stream of light streaked across the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, the ugly old woman appeared in the sky above the sea of flowers. Moreover, without the slightest mercy, she immediately killed. Battle Chi emerged, covering the sky and covering the earth, carrying a shocking killing intent. Before those who were blinded by desire could react, they were drowned by the battle Chi and blood splattered on the spot. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Fatso became more and more nervous. These were all inner palace disciples. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing were also present. But this old witch actually killed him without saying a word. Wasn't she too cruel? Most importantly, Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing did not reprimand the ugly old woman. Not only did they not reprimand her, but there was also a trace of fear and respect in their eyes. This meant that the identity of this ugly old woman was not simple at all. Who else wants the medicinal herbs? After the ugly old woman finished killing, she stood with her hands behind her back and glanced at everyone coldly. She also noticed Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Her gaze was especially frightening. It could be said that no one present could compare to Qin Feiyang and Fatso's courage, but at this moment, they were all breaking out in cold sweat. Not to mention the others. Looking at the old woman's ugly face and her ferocious gaze, everyone's hearts were filled with extreme fear. Since you're in my territory, you have to abide by my rules. Whoever dares to have any ideas about the medicinal herbs here will have to die. The ugly old woman said. The murderous intent in her words was like sharp blades that penetrated deep into everyone's bones, causing their bodies and minds to tremble. Humph. The ugly old woman snorted coldly and suddenly turned her gaze, locking onto Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Oh no. The two of them immediately realized that something was wrong. The two of you, follow me. The ugly old woman said and flew towards the lake in the north. What should we do? Fatso's face was extremely pale. The old witch must have asked them to go alone to settle the score from last time. Qin Feiyang also felt very bitter. Why were they so unlucky to meet this vicious person again? The two of them could not help but look at Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing for help. Go. As long as you don't act recklessly, she probably won't hurt you. The two of them laughed. Probably. Hearing this uncertain words, Qin Feiyang and Fatso's nerves immediately tensed up. Sigh. The two of them sighed deeply, gritted their teeth, and braced themselves to fly towards the lake. When the others saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Why didn't she ask them but only Qin Feiyang and Fatso to go? But one thing was for sure, it was definitely not a good thing. Wu Yan and Su Yang, who had a grudge against Qin Feiyang, could not help but gloat. The lake in the north. The ugly old woman stood by the lake and scanned the calm surface of the lake, her eyes flickering. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and Fatso landed behind the old woman. They looked at each other, cupped their hands, and smiled. Senior, it's been a few years. How have you been? Senior. The ugly old woman lifted the corner of her mouth and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. She said playfully, if I don't remember, the two of you used to call me old witch? The two of them shuddered. That's all a misunderstanding. Actually, in our hearts, we respect you very much. You see, you're kind, virtuous, and highly respected. You even care for juniors like us. The two of us worship you from the bottom of our hearts. Old senior, you won't bicker with us two juniors, right? Fatso first put on a flattering smile and complimented the ugly old woman. Then, he asked carefully. You really know how to talk nonsense. Qin Feiyang secretly despised Fatso. This old witch did not seem to have anything to do with being kind, virtuous, or caring. Is that so? The ugly old woman looked at Fatso mockingly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, do you think so too? Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Although he did not agree, he could only nod against his will. Do you think I don't know? Right now, the two of you must be cursing me in your hearts. So, stop pretending. The ugly old woman glanced at the two of them in disdain. Suddenly, she flicked her finger and two black streams of light entered Qin Feiyang and Fatso's mouths like lightning. What's that? The two of them were surprised. The ugly old woman said with a smile, the two of you should be familiar with it. Familiar? The two of them were stunned. But the next moment, their expressions changed and they hurriedly looked at their hearts. Immediately, they saw wisps of black air rushing towards their hearts. And they fused into their hearts very quickly. Black malevolent poison. The two of them looked up and glared at the ugly old woman. The ugly old woman said indifferently, don't look at me like that. The two of you were so arrogant last time. According to my character, I would have killed the two of you long ago. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, so, we have to thank you. The ugly old woman smiled. If you must thank me, I'll accept it. Shameless. Qin Feiyang and Fatso cursed in their hearts on the spot. Don't even think about detoxifying it. Ever since the two of you escaped last time, I studied it for a long time and finally concocted a black malevolent poison that no one can detoxify. In other words, the black malevolent poison that the two of you are consuming now is a modified version. Its toxicity is even more terrifying. The ugly old woman looked at them proudly. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, what do you want us to do this time? You are indeed a smart person. But this time, it's not to help me, it's to help yourselves. I don't think highly of the others, but I think highly of the two of you. You must win the battle of the 9 states. The ugly old woman said. Fatso sneered. You don't have to say that. We will work hard too. Not work hard, but definitely. Otherwise, even if the mansion master comes to plead for you, I won't give you the antidote. As the ugly old woman said, she took out 2 palm-sized jade bottles, which were half filled with a transparent liquid. This is the antidote to suppress the black malevolent poison. Take it every other month like last time. Remember, you must protect these 2 bottles of antidote well. Otherwise, you will die of the poison before the battle of the 9 states is over. After that, the ugly old woman threw the 2 jade bottles to Qin Feiyang and Jiang Qianqian. The two of them hurriedly caught it, afraid that it would fall to the ground and break. Then, without any hesitation, they poured out a drop of liquid and drank it. The ugly old woman glanced at the two of them playfully, then turned to Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing and said, bring them and follow me. After that, she flew towards the woods in the east. Behave yourselves. Let's go. Wang Hong exhorted the disciples around him, then led everyone away in a grandiose manner. Qin Feiyang and Jiang Qianqian also grabbed the jade bottles and flew towards the woods in the east. Damn it, when Fat Lord becomes stronger, I must find her and settle this account. Fatso was indignant. Last time, she only poisoned Qin Feiyang, but this time she didn't even let him go. It was too much. Qin Feiyang's eyes also flashed with cold light. After flying for a while, Fatso frowned and said, Boss, do you think she lied to us? He felt that the improved black malevolent poison was simply ignoring their words. Qin Feiyang said, when we find the 6th grade elixir fire and refine an elixir fire with 5 elixir patterns, we will know. Then this antidote must be kept well. Fatso held the jade bottle with an extremely serious face. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, put these 2 jade bottles in the castle. Because the castle was the safest place. After giving the jade bottles to Fatso, he sent Fatso in. After a while, he came to the familiar wooden building. The ugly old woman entered the wooden building first. The others were waiting outside, at the same time looking around curiously. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said, did she do anything to you? Qin Feiyang sorted out his mood and said with a smile, no, maybe she found Fatso and I a little pleasing to the eye, so she called us over and gave us a few instructions. Pleasing to the eye. Not far away, Wu Yan and the others heard this and immediately showed disdain. It would be strange if such an arrogant person was pleasing to the eye. There must be something else. Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing were also a little stunned. But when they heard that nothing was wrong, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. After a while, the hoarse voice of the ugly old woman came from the wooden building. Everyone filed in and entered the hall. Immediately, they saw a dark passage on the floor of the hall, and the ugly old woman stood beside the passage. Everyone looked at the passage in surprise. But Qin Feiyang frowned. Chapter 555. If it was really the Forgotten Land, they would be in big trouble. Because he had made too many enemies back then. The most terrifying ones were the Pill Tower's Tower Master and his wife. If they were caught by the two of them, they would definitely die. The ugly old woman didn't say anything and directly led everyone into the passage. An hour later, everyone's eyes lit up as they arrived in front of an altar. During this time, Fatso also came out of the ancient castle. The altar was blood red as if it was dyed in blood. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Everyone looked at the altar curiously, trying to guess what it was. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso's hearts were in their throats. It seemed that they were really going to the Forgotten Land. The ugly old woman still didn't say a word. With a wave of her hand, battle qi surged toward the altar. As the battle qi surged in, the altar was like a sleeping beast that was gradually awakening. Buzz! After a moment, accompanied by a low buzzing sound, the altar erupted with a resplendent blood-red light, dyeing everyone's faces blood-red. Go! The ugly old woman finally retracted her battle qi and said coldly before retreating to the side. This teleportation altar can only teleport 10 people at a time. Everyone, don't be anxious. Take it slow. Wang Hong took the lead and stepped into the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He originally thought that Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing's mission was to send them here. He didn't expect that they would have to follow them. Boss, what are you thinking about? Hurry up. Fatso dragged Qin Feiyang and was the first to jump onto the altar. Why are you in a hurry? Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso chuckled. If there are any treasures, we can be the first to get them. It's not like you don't know the entrance to the Forgotten Land. What treasures can there be? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. That's hard to say. Fatso laughed mischievously. After all, it had been a long time. What if some treasures appeared? Why aren't you worried at all now? Qin Feiyang found it strange. Just a moment ago, he still had that scared look on his face. Why did he suddenly become so arrogant and want to be the first to enter? I'm worried. Fatso nodded. But what was the use of worrying? Unless they withdrew from the Great War of the 9 Prefectures, they would have to enter sooner or later. While the two were whispering, Ren Wushuang and Xin Mei, Lu Xingqian and Xiang Xiaolong, Murong Xiong, Dong Zhenyang, and Dongfang Wuhan also jumped onto the altar one after another. Including Wang Hong, there were 10 of them. Immediately, their vision turned black, as if they had entered a deep dark tunnel. They could feel their bodies moving quickly. However, his speed was extremely fast, as if he was traveling through time. Faced with such a situation and an unknown battlefield, Ren Wushuang and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Qin Feiyang and Fatso had experience in teleporting and knew what kind of place the Forgotten Land was, so they were not worried. In fact, they were already mentally prepared to fall into that icy lake once again. However, when the light appeared in front of their eyes and their feet landed on the ground, the two were stunned. What they were stepping on was actually solid soil. What was going on? The icy lake had disappeared. Was it caused by the fierce beasts fighting on the glacier? Or was it destroyed when the lady chased after them and fought with the snow python guarding the entrance? However, when they came back to their senses and looked at the environment in front of them, they found that the above guesses were all wrong. Because this was not the Forgotten Land at all. But then, they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Where they were now was an incomparably large plain, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. On the plain, not even a blade of grass grew. As if it had been dried up for a long time, it was covered with countless cracks, as if a layer of spider web had been spread on the ground. But if that was the case, Qin Feiyang and the others would certainly not be so surprised. What really surprised them was that the soil was dark red, as if the soil was soaked in blood and then dried. In the void, there was also a faint blood mist, and at the same time, there was a tragic aura that couldn't be dispersed. And there was also a trace of creepy coldness. Look! Suddenly, Fatso pointed to the sky, his eyes wide open and full of horror. Everyone looked up at the same time, and there was a look of horror on their faces. High up in the sky, there was a sun, but it was not fiery red, but blood red, as if it was formed by blood. Everything here gave people the feeling that they had come to hell. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel scared. Dongfeng Wuhan asked, Commander Wang Hong, when you and the Mansion Master came to participate in the Nine Regions War, was it also here? Yes. After so many years, this place hasn't changed at all. Wang Hong nodded, and there was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Fatso came to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice, Boss, do you know where this place is? As the prince of the great Qin Empire, Qin Feiyang must know something. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. When he was young, although he liked to read all kinds of ancient books, he had only stayed in the imperial capital for 10 years. If he counted the few years when he was just born and didn't know anything, the time was even shorter. Moreover, at that time, he didn't study these ancient books wholeheartedly. He just took the time to read them when he was not cultivating. Therefore, he didn't know every place in the great Qin Empire. Even you don't know, it seems that this place is very mysterious. Fatso whispered, and his gaze turned solemn. Whoosh! At the same time, the other disciples also entered the battlefield one after another. Like Qin Feiyang and the others, when they saw this strange land, they immediately started to talk about it, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. Half an hour later, everyone had come in. Excluding Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing, there were a total of 550 people. Their cultivation level was basically 4-star Combat Emperor and above. As for those who were below 4-star Combat Emperor, there were exceptions. Quiet. Wang Hong took a few steps forward and stood in front of everyone. Jiang Qianqing stood at the side with a faint smile on his face. Everyone immediately stopped talking and looked at Wang Hong. Wang Hong glanced at everyone and said, This place is very unfamiliar to all of you, but it is very familiar to me because this is where I rose to power. And this place also has a name that makes people tremble in fear, Nine Nether Yellow Spring. Nine Nether Yellow Spring. When everyone heard this name, their hearts trembled. At the same time, they agreed with this name. The blood sun in the sky. The blood mist in the void. The blood-red land. It was no different from the Yellow Spring. Humph. Suddenly, Wang Hong snorted and said, If you think that this is all there is, then you are gravely mistaken. Do you see the end of the plain? He pointed at the end of the plain. Everyone looked over. The plain was too big, and they couldn't see the end. At the end of the plain is a death swamp, and there are all kinds of fatal dangers in it. When the Palace Lord and I participated in the Nine States War, there were more than 700 people, but only 300 people successfully walked out of the death swamp. And those who died in there, they were the same as all of you, monsters that were once the center of attention in the inner palace. Wang Hong shouted. The death rate is so high. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. The others were also dumbfounded. Are you afraid? Let me tell you, the death swamp is just the beginning. The next few places will be even more dangerous. So let me give you a piece of advice. It's best to put down your grudges first. Only by uniting will the chances of survival be higher. Wang Hong said. Everyone nodded. Wang Hong said, If you have any questions, ask them quickly before we set off. Isn't it the 9 States War? Why don't I see the people from the other 8 states? Someone asked. This was also the question in everyone's mind. Wang Hong said, If I'm not mistaken, they have all entered this place, but they are all teleported to different places, so we won't meet them for the time being. Lu Xingchen said, Then when will we meet them? It might be fast, or it might be slow. But as long as you enter the death swamp, you will meet them sooner or later, because you are all going to the same place. Wang Hong said. Where? Someone asked. The Paramitha. Wang Hong spat out these 2 words word by word with a particularly serious expression. The Paramitha. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The Paramitha was no stranger to them. It was the end of the Yellow Spring. Was this really the Yellow Spring? I can't say much about the situation here. Because this is the order of the current emperor. You need to explore it yourselves. Otherwise, the 9 States War will lose its meaning. I can only tell you 2 things. First, there are a lot of treasures here. Precious medicinal herbs, perfect battle arts, pill recipes, pill fires, pill furnaces, divine weapons, you can think of everything. It just depends on whether you have the life to find it and the strength to snatch it. Second, the final result. The first 50 people to reach the Paramitha will be able to enter the imperial capital. Wang Hong said. Although he didn't go into detail, his words were very exciting. They couldn't help but clench their fists. If there are no other questions, each of you will receive a Qiankun bag. Men on the right, women on the left. Wang Hong waved his hand, and 2 piles of Qiankun bags appeared on the ground in front of him. What the hell? Fatso hurriedly rushed forward, grabbed the 2 Qiankun bags, and hurried back to Qin Feiyang's side. He threw one to Qin Feiyang and hurriedly checked it. Everyone looked at him curiously. Damn! Fat Lord, I thought it was some kind of treasure. So it's just a pile of junk. However, Fatso immediately showed a look of disdain when he saw it. What's in there? Someone asked. Fatso glared at that person and said angrily, Damn, didn't I say that everyone will get one? Don't you know how to check it yourself? That person looked away resentfully and ran to grab a Qiankun bag. After checking it, he also showed a look of disappointment. Looking at Fatso and that person's reaction, Qin Feiyang also looked curiously. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was actually filled with clothes. However, what was the purpose of giving them these clothes? Chapter 556. Seeing the word spirit, Qin Feiyang had an answer in his heart. Spirit represented the spirit state. The reason he gave everyone such clothes was to indicate their identity. If nothing unexpected happened, the people of the other 8 states would also wear such symbolic clothes. And he prepared so many clothes for everyone because he was worried that when everyone fought, the clothes would be torn and they would not be able to change. It could be said that Wang Hong had thought about it very carefully in advance. Before entering the death swamp, you have to find a place to change into these clothes. At the same time, you have to listen to the arrangements of the captain, Dongfang Wuhan. If there is a disagreement, everyone can discuss it calmly, but you must not do anything to hurt your fellow disciples. After everyone had collected their clothes, Wang Hong began to remind them. Yes. Everyone nodded. Wang Hong asked, Are there any other questions now? Everyone shook their heads. In that case, Wang Hong glanced at everyone, his gaze extremely sharp, waved his hand and shouted, Then let's go. Immediately. With Dongfang Wuhan in the lead, everyone rushed towards the end of the plain. But Qin Feiyang did not move. Qin Feiyang did not move, and neither did Fatso. Wang Hong looked at the 2 and asked doubtfully, Is there anything else you 2 need? Fatso waved his hand and chuckled, Fat Lord is fine, but the boss might be. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, I wonder if the old man has mentioned the matter of the ruins to the current emperor? You are quite concerned about this matter. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and nodded. When the Lord went to the imperial capital, he mentioned this matter. What did he say? Qin Feiyang asked. According to the Lord, the emperor did not directly state his position at the time, but it can be seen that he does not agree with destroying the ruins. Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. This matter? Fatso asked curiously, When did the old man go to the imperial capital? Wang Hong smiled and said, Not long after you were imprisoned. Fatso nodded in realization and said with a sly smile, It seems that the old master is afraid that no one will be able to control us after he leaves the spiritual state. That's why he put us in jail. Ugh! Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing looked at each other. To be able to think of this damned Fatso's brain was really not simple. That was right. This was indeed the reason why the old man had locked them up in prison. Because going to the capital was not something that could be done in a short period of time. What if Qin Feiyang caused some trouble while he was away? Therefore, he might as well lock them up and save himself the trouble. Of course. It was impossible for Wang Hong and Wang Yu to admit this to their faces. Because once he admitted it, Fatso would become even more arrogant. Cough. Wang Hong coughed dryly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't think so much now. Focus on dealing with the people from the other 8 continents." That's right. The people from the other 8 continents are not simple people. Dongfang Wuhan's leadership is not that good either. You must help him from the side. Jiang Qianqing smiled. I will do my best. Qin Feiyang nodded and cupped his hands. I will take my leave. Wang Hong said, take good care of Wushuang on the way. Be careful. Okay. Qin Feiyang responded and chased after the group with Fatso. After walking for a while, Fatso frowned and said, Boss, Fat Lord has been thinking about a problem, but I just can't figure it out. What problem? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fatso said, logically speaking, shouldn't it be the 3 leaders of the Sacred Hall escorting us here? Why is it Wang Hong and Jiang Qianqing? I have also thought about this problem. I guess it's because the old man is afraid that the 3 hall masters have selfish motives. Especially the martial arts hall master. If he escorts us, it is very likely that it will be disadvantageous to us. Qin Feiyang analyzed. Damn, you can even think of this. Fatso couldn't help but be stunned. He shook his head and sighed. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Can a brainless person sit on the seat of the mansion lord? That's true. Fatso smiled and said, but this Jiang Qianqing is highly valued by the old man. I just don't know where he came from. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Didn't the old man say that he is a loose cultivator? Loose cultivator? Fatso shook his head and sneered. Every time he saw Jiang Qianqing, he had a very real feeling that this person was definitely not as simple as the old man said. After hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully and also felt a little strange. Logically speaking, a loose cultivator who could cultivate to the Battle Master realm would definitely have an extraordinary state of mind. Such a person didn't care much about power and status. But why did he suddenly come to be the East City Lord now? It was impossible for the old man to invite him to be the city lord. Because the old man had countless capable people under his command, and there was no lack of experts in the city. Any one of them would be able to do the job. So, it should be Jiang Qianqing who took the initiative to look for the old man. What are you 2 dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Don't drag us down. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, a dissatisfied shout sounded. The shout came from Wu Yan. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw Wu Yan turning her head and looking at him and Fatso in disgust. Immediately, he frowned without leaving a trace. It seemed that the journey wouldn't be too peaceful. Fatso didn't hide the cold light in his eyes. He whispered, Boss, let's find a chance to get rid of these flies. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, or else you'll become the subject of ridicule. However, even if we don't cause trouble, some people won't be able to endure it for long. We just need to wait. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Fatso chuckled. Whiz. The 2 of them took large strides and quickly caught up to the main group, walking side by side with Ren Wushuang and Xin Mei. As for the others, they basically didn't like them, so they naturally wouldn't use their hot faces to stick to their cold buttocks. Ren Wushuang swept his gaze across the people around him and asked in a low voice, Where's the wolf cub? Why don't I see it? Qin Feiyang said, It's in closed-door cultivation to break through to the War Master realm. So fast. Ren Wushuang was stunned. Shen Mei, who was at the side, was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Ha ha. Fat Lord is also an 8-star war emperor now. Fatso chuckled, his expression filled with pride. Without a doubt. The fragile hearts of the two girls were once again traumatized. Even this wretched Fatso had already broken through to the 8-star war emperor. Why were these guys all so abnormal? There was simply no way to compare. It's too slow to walk like this. Let's just fly over. Suddenly, someone suggested, his tone somewhat impatient. I agree too. Anyway, we've walked such a long distance and haven't encountered any danger. There's no need to be so careful. Another person echoed. No way. Whether it's Commander Wang Hong or the Mansion Lord, they both said very clearly that this place is extremely dangerous. We have to take every step carefully. Dongfang Wuhan shook his head. Murong Xiong said in dissatisfaction, they only said that the Death Swamp is dangerous, but they didn't say that this place is also dangerous. Is there a need to do this? Dongfang Wuhan laughed, I'm thinking for everyone's safety. What a joke. Look for yourself. As far as the eye can see, there's not even a cover. Even if there are any monsters, there's nowhere for them to hide. This is the first time I've seen you so timid. If you want to walk, then walk slowly. In any case, I won't accompany you. Murong Xiong glanced at Dongfang Wuhan with disdain and suddenly jumped up. Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan frowned and was about to continue persuading him, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Murong Xiong, who had jumped up into the air, actually fell down again. Moreover, he fiercely smashed into the ground, looking rather miserable. What's going on? Everyone immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. Dongfang Wuhan scanned the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one else, he walked in front of Murong Xiong and asked, Are you alright? Murong Xiong ignored him and stood up to look at the sky. His pair of bell-like tiger eyes were filled with shock. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. There was still nothing. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down. Qin Feiyang also looked at the sky suspiciously. How could such a situation occur? Fatso asked in surprise, Boss, could he have suddenly gone crazy? A dignified war sect would have epilepsy. Is your brain broken? Ren Wushuang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Fortunately, Murong Xiong was dozens of meters away from them. In addition, Fatso's voice was very low, so Murong Xiong didn't hear it. Otherwise, with Murong Xiong's temper, he would definitely turn hostile on the spot. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang also jumped up. Everyone's gaze immediately converged on him. The situation with Murong Xiong happened again. Qin Feiyang also fell down, but he was prepared in advance. After shaking a few times, he stabilized his body. He wasn't as miserable as Murong Xiong. But his expression was almost the same as Murong Xiong's, full of shock and horror. Everyone was more and more bewildered. Wasn't this too strange? They all wanted to jump up and feel it for themselves, but in the face of this strange atmosphere, they felt a little guilty and didn't dare to take action. Ren Wushuang looked at Qin Feiyang, frowned and asked, What's going on? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, There's a gravitational force in the air. Once you fly up, the gravitational force will oppress you. Gravitational force. Ren Wushuang's eyes trembled. He tried to adjust it, and sure enough, there was a gravitational force immediately. With Qin Feiyang and the other two taking the lead, the others finally felt relieved and boldly felt it for themselves. It's nothing. At most, you can't fly. Nothing else is affected. There's no need to make such a fuss. Su Yang said lightly, glancing at Qin Feiyang with a trace of sarcasm. But the first one to look at Su Yang was not Qin Feiyang and the others, but Dongfang Wuhan and the other two kings. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. Seeing this, Su Yang's face changed, and he asked carefully, 3 senior brothers, did I say something wrong? However, Dong Zhengyang and the other two didn't look at him. They looked up at the sky, and their hearts were particularly heavy. Qin Feiyang was the same. The situation here was almost the same as above the canyon in the Land of Ruins. Although the gravitational force here was not as terrible as above the canyon, it should be known that with the gravitational force, no one could fly. But now, no one knew where the other side was. If the journey was very long, they didn't know how long it would take to walk there. Not to mention, Wang Hong had said again and again that the future was full of dangers. When they encountered these dangers, they would definitely be restrained. And the most important point was that at the end of the plain was a swamp. This was undoubtedly even more difficult to walk. Because no matter what it was, once it fell into the swamp, it would be ruthlessly swallowed by the swamp until it suffocated to death. If there was no solid ground to step on, even entering the death swamp would be a problem. Even if they entered, they would be in a situation where they were treading on thin ice. On the other hand, if they could fly, they wouldn't have to touch the ground, which would be much easier. So. Chapter 557. Dongfang Wuhan retracted his gaze, looked at the plains in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful, let's go." The group set off once again. After suffering a huge loss, Murong Xiong did not go against Dongfang Wuhan. As for Su Yang, because of his previous ignorant performance, in everyone's eyes, he was more or less a clown. The plains were unimaginably large. Even after walking until dark, no one could see the shadow of the end. Dongfang Wuhan scanned the front, pointed to a small hill a few hundred meters away, and said, "Let's rest there for the night, and set off tomorrow morning." No one had any objections. When they arrived at the foot of the hill, everyone sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to recuperate. Dongfang Wuhan walked to the top of the hill and carefully observed his surroundings. Fatso lay on the hill, holding his head with both hands, looking at the blood-red sky, and said, "Don't say, walking for an entire day is really tiring." After saying that, he yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Qin Feiyang looked at him, and couldn't help but feel helpless. Probably only this guy could sleep right now. However, Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings. Not only was it impossible to fly here, the essence qi was also very thin. Without enough battle qi pills, it would be difficult to reach the end. Next. He also sat cross-legged beside Fatso, closing his eyes to recuperate. Gradually, the blood sun in the sky set in the west, and a blood moon climbed up. The earth fell into darkness. "Junior brother Qin, can you come up?" Suddenly, Dongfang Wuhan's voice entered Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan suspiciously, then got up and walked to the top of the hill, smiling faintly. "What's the matter?" Dongfang Wuhan said, "Actually, I know that the real candidate for the captain in the palace lord's heart is you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did this person want to say? "Although I rarely show myself and have never come into contact with you, I know everything about you like the back of my hand. I sincerely hope that we can cooperate sincerely and bring everyone to the other side first." Dongfang Wuhan said with a trace of pleading in his eyes. "I'm afraid I don't have that ability. Senior brother Wuhan, instead of trying to convince me, why don't you convince Dong Xingyang and Murong Xiong? After all, they are all stronger than me. However, if you really encounter trouble, I will definitely not sit idly by." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing Qin Feiyang's first two sentences, Dongfang Wuhan was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He thought that Qin Feiyang was putting on airs and was unwilling to cooperate. But when he heard the last sentence, he felt much more comfortable. He cupped his hands and smiled, "Then I'll thank junior brother Qin first." Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to turn around and leave. "Junior brother Qin, wait a moment." Dongfang Wuhan's voice sounded again. "Anything else?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in confusion. Dongfang Wuhan looked around and said in a low voice, "I feel that this plane is very strange." "Strange?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Dongfang Wuhan said, "We haven't encountered any abnormalities along the way. Don't you think this is very strange?" Qin Feiyang had also thought about this question. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the plane to be so calm. After all, this was a place that even Wang Hong and the old man were very afraid of. However, it was true that nothing had happened. So he guessed that the plane might just be a transitional place. Crack. But suddenly, a faint sound came from the distance, as if something had broken out of the ground. Qin Feiyang and Dongfang Wuhan both caught the sound at the first moment, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. But the blood mist in front of them was very weak, so they couldn't see it clearly. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Should we inform everyone? We're still not sure what it is. Don't alarm everyone." Dongfang Wuhan shook his head. After pondering for a while, he said, "Junior brother Qin, I'll have to trouble you to help take a look. If there is really something, immediately send a signal." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and walked down the hill to wake Fatso up. Then, he whispered a few words in Fatso's ear. Fatso, who had just been woken up, was still in a daze. But when he heard movement, he immediately quivered and his sleepiness disappeared. Then, the two of them walked up the hill. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, "I'll have to trouble the two of you. Remember to be careful." The two of them nodded and jumped down, silently lurking in the direction of the sound. After walking for a while, Fatso whispered, "Boss, this Dongfang Wuhan's character is not bad." "And?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he didn't know Dongfang Wuhan well, at least when he asked for help, his attitude was very polite. Crack. Suddenly, that faint sound rang out again. At first glance, it sounded like someone was gnawing on a bone. Fatso couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The two of them were especially careful, restraining their auras to the extreme. Not long after, in front of a hill, they entered their line of sight. The sound seemed to come from behind the hill. The two of them climbed up the hill quietly and peeked out to see what was ahead. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crept up in their eyes. Dozens of meters away from the hill, there was actually a white figure. Although the blood mist that filled the air made the figure somewhat blurry, they could definitely conclude that it was a person. But that's not right. Right now, everyone was on the hill. Before they came, no one had left on their own, and no one had fallen behind during the day. But why was there a person here? Could it be? The two of them looked at each other, and the same thought crept up in their minds at the same time. It must be someone from the other 8 regions. Fatso whispered, "Should we kill him?" Qin Feiyang nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the two of them, like a sharp arrow, rushed out from the hill and headed straight for the white figure. Swish! The white figure also sensed Qin Feiyang and Fatso, and suddenly turned around to look at them. But just as the person turned around, Qin Feiyang and Fatso suddenly braked and stopped, as if they were seriously frightened, and their faces were ghastly pale. At this moment, they were only about 20 meters away from the person, and could clearly see the person's true appearance. That person's face was completely devoid of flesh and blood, and was completely a skeleton. And in the eye sockets, there were no eyeballs, but 2 blood-red lights, like flames, constantly jumping. Looking at the skeleton face, Fatso's body trembled, and an indescribable fear emerged in his heart. Ghost! Suddenly, he roared in horror, turned around and began to flee. Useless! Qin Feiyang glared at him, then turned to look at the skeleton face, his eyes flashing, and rushed up without hesitation. "Boss, do you want to die?" Seeing this, Fatso immediately stopped and said in shock and anger. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, "It's not like I've never seen a skeleton, what are you afraid of?" While speaking, he had already rushed to the front of the skeleton. Human! Kiki! Roar! The skeleton's mouth opened and closed, making intermittent sounds, as if it was laughing sinisterly, and also as if a fierce beast was growling. The flame in the eye sockets, at the same time, was also glowing with a bloody light, which looked extremely terrifying. The upper and lower jawbones also collided with an ear-piercing sound. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the source of the sound. I'd like to see if you're a human or a ghost. His eyes were cold, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched the skeleton face. But at the same time, the skeleton also raised its arm, and the hand hidden in the sleeve cage was revealed. It was also a skeletal hand. There was no flesh and blood, only white bones, but on the white bones, there was a layer of blood-red light. This blood-red light gave Qin Feiyang a feeling like the existence of battle qi. He raised his eyebrows, and his fist collided with the skeletal hand without flinching. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by a loud sound, the skeletal hand broke on the spot. The strong wind also tore the clothes on the man's body into pieces in an instant. There was no flesh and blood on its body, and it was just a skeleton. But between the skeleton's lower abdomen, there was also a ball of blood-red flame, which was the size of a palm, flickering with a dazzling light. Damn, what's going on? Bones can still talk and attack people? Fatso, who was standing at the back, was full of disbelief. Kiki. Kiki. The skeleton let out an ear-piercing sinister laugh again. The hand bone that was broken by Qin Feiyang's punch, at this moment, floated up and connected to the broken place. With a flash of blood-red light, it was restored to its original state in an instant. This time, even Qin Feiyang was shocked. Boom! He punched again, and this time, he increased his strength by a little. That skeleton didn't retreat in the slightest and collided with Qin Feiyang once again. Crack! The skeleton's arm broke again. And it was blasted into pieces. However, the previous situation happened again. No matter how small the pieces were, they automatically floated up and were quickly repaired. It can't be killed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This seemed to be unreasonable. Crack! At this moment, the surrounding ground began to crack. Qin Feiyang and Fatso glanced at the ground in surprise. Suddenly, one by one, arms stretched out from the soil. Those were also white bones. There are more. Fatso looked at this scene, and his face was pale. Let's go. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer and turned to rush toward the small hill. Fatso did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Boom! The two turned around, accompanied by a series of loud sounds, and the ground continued to explode. One by one, skeletons rushed out from the ground. Hee hee. They were all wearing white clothes, some were tattered, and there were also 2 balls of flames flickering in their eye sockets. As soon as they came out, they let out a creepy grin and chased after Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Is this really the netherworld? Fatso was very surprised. Is this really the case? Qin Feiyang murmured, his face was quite gloomy. Although the strength of these skeletons was not very strong, it was enough to threaten everyone. Because there was no way to completely crush them. As the two ran, the ground in front of them also exploded, and the soil shot in all directions. Following closely. One by one, skeletons rushed out and blocked in front of them. At the same time, on the left and right side of the ground, there were also groups of skeletons. In a blink of an eye, there were hundreds of skeletons around. Isn't this too much? Fatty was dumbfounded by what he saw. Hee hee. Chapter 558. At the same time, Dongfang Wuhan, who was standing on the hillside, heard the commotion and shouted, "There's a situation. Everyone, get up." What's the situation? Everyone was shocked and stood up to look at Dongfang Wuhan. Just now, I heard a commotion coming from afar, so I asked Qin Feiyang and Fatso to go and take a look. But now, there are sounds of battle coming from that side. They must have encountered some trouble. Everyone, quickly follow me to support them. Dongfang Wuhan said in a deep voice. Everyone listened carefully. There were indeed sounds of battle. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and jumped down from the hillside. Wait. But at this moment, Murong Xiong spoke. What's wrong? Dongfang Wuhan stopped and looked at him in confusion. Murong Xiong said, we don't know what's going on over there. If we go rashly, not only will we not be able to save them, we will also be implicated. What do you mean? Are you going to sit back and do nothing? Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows. I didn't say that I don't care. I'm just thinking about everyone's safety. Qin Feiyang and Fatso are both 8-star combat emperors. If we can't even handle them, I'm afraid that most of the people here will die. After all, there are many people here whose cultivation is not as good as them. Murong Xiong said. Ren Wushuang, who was in the crowd, heard Murong Xiong's words and his face was instantly filled with anger. They are going to investigate the situation for everyone. Now that they are in danger, you want to stand back and do nothing. What qualifications do you have to be the king of the inner palace? Ren Wushuang, what I said is the truth. Don't mix it up. If you don't care about everyone's safety and insist on bringing people to save them, I won't stop you. But I believe that not many people will go. Murong Xiong sneered. Senior brother Murong Xiong is right. We can't sacrifice so many of us just to save them. That's right. We'll wait for them here. If they come back alive, it won't be too late for us to ask about the situation. Everyone chimed in. Ren Wushuang asked in a deep voice, what if they don't come back? Murong Xiong said expressionlessly, if they don't come back, it means this place is very dangerous. We have to take a detour and leave this place overnight. The others also nodded in agreement. They didn't even consider the life and death of Qin Feiyang. In their hearts, they probably couldn't wait for the two of them to die. Ren Wushuang looked at everyone's cold expressions and felt very disappointed. She then looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Dong Zhengyang. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at everyone with a trace of anger and helplessness on his face. Seeing Ren Wushuang looking at him, he shook his head and said, as the captain, I can't abandon everyone here for the two of them. Please understand. Dong Zhengyang lowered his head and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. All right. If you guys aren't going, I'll go. Ren Wushuang clenched her jade-like hands and coldly swept her gaze over the crowd. Then, she rushed towards Qin Feiyang. I'm going too. And me. Lu Xingqian and Xinmei quickly followed. But at this moment. Kacha! Boom! All of a sudden, the ground around them exploded, and white figures rushed out from the ground. They were also skeletons. Moreover, their number was even larger than that of Qin Feiyang's side. Seeing those skeletons, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. Some of the timid people were so scared that their legs went soft. In the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the skeletons, heard the movement coming from the hillside. His face was immediately filled with bewilderment. What was going on? Could it be that skeletons also appeared over there? Fatso anxiously said, don't worry about them. Quickly think about how to deal with these damn things. During this period, the two of them used many methods. But in the end, even if they were blasted into ashes, those skeletons could quickly repair themselves and regain their peak strength. They couldn't be killed at all. It's impossible for them to be so tenacious. There must be some weakness. Qin Feiyang calmed his mind and carefully observed while fighting with the skeletons. Suddenly, his gaze was locked on the flames between the sea of qi of the skeletons. These flames were equivalent to the source of power. Could it be that he had to crush these flames? Thinking of this, he used phantom steps and quickly approached a skeleton and punched at the flames. Boom! The flames dissipated on the spot. The skeleton also immediately stopped, like a stone sculpture, lifeless. It really works. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he charged towards another skeleton. Seeing this scene, Fatso's spirit was also greatly boosted. But at this moment, the flames that had been scattered actually condensed together again. The lifeless skeleton also immediately returned to normal and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Not working. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Just as he was stunned, the skeleton's bone fingers, like 5 sharp thorns, went straight towards Qin Feiyang's heart. "Boss, be careful!" Fatso shouted. Qin Feiyang suddenly quivered, but it was obviously too late to dodge now. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang's body slightly tilted, and the bone fingers sank into his right shoulder. Suddenly, blood spurted. Although injured, at least his heart was saved. Saving his heart was equivalent to saving his life. Blood, I want blood, but when those skeletons saw the blood flowing out of Qin Feiyang, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood, crazily pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Even the skeletons around Fatso also pounced towards Qin Feiyang. The flames in their eye sockets jumped rapidly. Although they couldn't see their expressions, Qin Feiyang and Fatso could clearly feel that they were now full of greed and desire. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best strategy. "Boss, you hold on, Fatso will go find help." Fatso roared and was ready to slip away. "Bastard, do you still have loyalty? What's more, I'm afraid Dongfang Wuhan and the others can't even protect themselves now, where can they find help?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Can loyalty be used as food?" Fatso pursed his lips. But after saying that, he still rushed towards Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Of course, it was impossible for him to really leave Qin Feiyang and escape alone. Moreover, what Qin Feiyang said also made sense. If skeletons really appeared on the other side of the hill, then Dongfang Wuhan and the others would definitely have no time to spare. It would be a waste of time to go. "All of you, get out of the way for Fat Lord." Fatso roared again and again, his battle chi roaring in all directions. Although he couldn't kill these skeletons, with Fatso's strength, it was no problem to blow them away. Similarly, it was impossible for those skeletons to kill Qin Feiyang. But even so, because the number of skeletons was too large, it was impossible to guard against. When the two gathered together, there were a lot of wounds on their bodies. However, the blood on their bodies made those skeletons even crazier. Fatso said in a low voice, "Boss, we can't go on like this. Sooner or later, we will be exhausted to death by them. Don't panic, there must be a weakness." Qin Feiyang glanced at those skeletons, his face as gloomy as water. Suddenly, he looked at the flames in the eyes of those skeletons again. The skeletons were composed of 3 parts. First, the skeletons themselves. Second, the flames in the sea of vital energy. Third, the flames in the eyes of the skeletons. He had tried both the skeletons themselves and the flames in the sea of vital energy. He couldn't completely kill the skeletons, so only the flames in the eyes were left. Therefore, the weakness of the skeletons was very likely to be here. Whoosh! At the thought of this, he quickly rushed to the front of a skeleton and smashed his fist hard into the left eye of the skeleton. The skull shattered on the spot. The flames in the left eye also dissipated at the same time. Next, he raised his fist again and smashed the cluster of flames in the right eye. Then he fought with the other skeletons while paying attention to the situation of that skeleton. "Is it okay?" Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "If this still doesn't work, then I have no other way." Time passed breath by breath. After dozens of breaths, the skeleton was still lying on the ground. Moreover, the flames in the skeleton's sea of vital energy began to dissipate without any bombardment. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan were overjoyed. Without a doubt, the flames in the eye sockets were the skeleton's fatal point. Now it's time for Fat Lord to go crazy. Fatso laughed loudly and used the return to one step. He approached a skeleton, reached out both hands, and instantly smashed the flames in the skeleton's eye sockets. Bang! That skeleton directly fell to the ground. When encountering a problem, you really have to be calm. Fatso couldn't help but sigh. If Qin Feiyang wasn't here today, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find the skeleton's weakness. After finding the weakness, with Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan's strength, these skeletons naturally posed no threat to them. The two were like fierce wolves in a flock of sheep, and in less than 100 breaths, they finished off all the skeletons around them. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think Fat Lord is a sick cat? Fatso stomped on a skeleton and said fiercely. Stop talking nonsense and go back to support. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and turned to rush towards the small hill. On the way, he encountered many skeletons, but they were all easily taken care of by him. Boss, Fat Lord really doesn't know, what are you in such a hurry for? You have to know that only the first 50 people to enter the Nirvana realm can enter the imperial capital. And this time, there are more than 500 people in our spiritual state alone. If we include the other 8 states, there will be at least 5 or 6,000 people. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, if you want to say something, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. What Fat Lord wants to say is that our enemies are not only the people from the other 8 states, but also the people around us. Although everyone is amiable now, Fat Lord dares to conclude that when we reach the Nirvana realm, there will definitely be a big fight. Fatso sneered. I know this without you saying it, but after all, there is still a long way to go, and we should try to reduce casualties as much as possible. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso's face twitched, and he said strangely, why does it sound like you are using them as cannon fodder? Didn't Dongfang Wuhan and the others also use them as cannon fodder? I guess even the two of us are cannon fodder in their eyes. Besides, I reminded them before we set off, but they insisted on coming. Who is to blame? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. While they were talking, the two were only 100 meters away from the small hill. Although they couldn't see the situation on the small hill, the sound and fluctuations of the battle were enough to indicate that skeletons had indeed appeared. After a few breaths. When they entered the range of the small hill, they saw a group of skeletons, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding them in the center. The battle was extremely fierce. Everyone had different degrees of injuries on their bodies, and Dongfang Wuhan and the other 2 kings were no exception. Chapter 559. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Fatty was speechless as he watched this scene. He seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Hurry up and save her. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, then broke into the group of skeletons and went straight to Ren Wushuang. Wherever it passed, the skeletons would fall down in droves. Feiyang. Ren Wushuang, who was fighting with the skeletons, saw Qin Feiyang and was pleasantly surprised. The others also noticed Qin Feiyang. Seeing him in the group of skeletons, they all felt that it was unbelievable. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang killed all the way to Ren Wushuang and protected her behind him. How did you do it? Ren Wushuang looked at the skeletons that fell to the ground and never got up again. Her charming eyes were wide open and full of surprise. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang, surprised and happy. You don't even know this, you are too stupid. Fatso was disdainful. Everyone stared at him angrily. Is Fat Lord wrong? Boss and I have already found their weakness. You have more than 500 people here, but you still haven't found it. If you are not stupid, then what are you? Fatso sneered again and again, wandering in the group of skeletons. He was also calm. Weakness? Everyone was surprised. Their weakness is the flame in their eye sockets. As long as the flame is dispersed, they will completely die. Qin Feiyang reminded. Is that so? Everyone tried it skeptically. It was indeed effective. At that moment, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they crazily slaughtered. Ren Wushuang glanced at those people in disgust and whispered, Feiyang, you shouldn't have told them the weakness of the skeletons. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Not long ago, Dongfang Wuhan sensed that you were fighting over there and wanted to bring everyone to support you. But in the end, except for me, Shin Mei, and Lu Xingqian, no one was willing to go. Ren Wushuang told Qin Feiyang about the situation at that time in detail. Fuck. Boss, did you see that? We kindly went to inquire about the situation for them, but they didn't care about our lives. Shameless villains like them are not worthy of our protection. After hearing these things, Fatso was furious. Fatty didn't try to hide what he said. Everyone heard him clearly. Immediately. Some people blushed and felt ashamed. There were also people who stared at Fatso. Oh, you still have the face's face. Fat Lord is shameless, but Fat Lord is open and aboveboard. What are you guys like? Gentlemen on the surface, but villains behind. If I had known earlier, Fat Lord would never have let boss care about your life and death. Fatso sneered. Do I need you to care? That's right, don't think too highly of yourself. Without your reminder, we can still find the weakness of these skeletons. Someone immediately retorted. Yo! After all this time, it's us who are meddling in other people's business. Fatso laughed angrily. After helping them, not only did they not say a word of thanks, they even argued that they were in the wrong. It was simply unreasonable. Alright. Since you said that we are meddling in other people's business, then we won't care about it in the future. There's no need to fight with them. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder. Doqi. Fatso waved his hand and slapped Qin Feiyang's arm away, saying, Fat Lord doesn't have Doqi, he's just very unhappy. Then what do you want? Murong Xiong smashed a few skeletons around him and turned to look at Fatso with an extremely unfriendly gaze. What do you think? Fatso sneered again and again, and said, You're the most fucking shameless. What bullshit, king? I think you're more like a bear. Say it again if you have the guts. Murong Xiong took a step forward and landed in front of Fatso. His gaze was like a knife, extremely sharp. Fatso sneered and said, Don't say it once, you can say it as many times as you want. Murong Xiong, what do you want? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Murong Xiong's eyes surged with killing intent. His big hand shot out and slapped towards Fatso. You did something wrong, and you don't allow others to say it? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, but his gaze was extremely cold. Whoosh! But at this moment, Dongfang Wuhan rushed over and grabbed Murong Xiong's arm. He said in a deep voice, Am I the captain, or are you the captain? Don't use the captain to scare me. Let go right now, or I'll take care of you too. Murong Xiong shouted, not putting Dongfang Wuhan in his eyes. Is that so? Dongfang Wuhan let go of his hand and said, Commander Wang Hong and City Lord Jiang Qianqing shouldn't have left yet. Do you want us to go back and talk to them now? Murong Xiong's pupils shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, the long journey will be long, and anything can happen. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. A blatant threat under the watchful eyes of the crowd? Did he really think he was made of mud? There's no time like the present. Why don't I have a taste of the strength of the king of the inner palace right now? Although the old man and Wang Hong had repeatedly told them to put peace first, there were some people who wouldn't behave if you didn't beat them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They didn't even care about the skeletons around them. Because of this, a few people with low cultivation died under the skeleton's bone claws on the spot. Murong Xiong also turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. His eyes were as if he was looking at an idiot. Did he know who he was? Did he know how strong he was? And he actually dared to provoke him? Dongfang Wuhan hurriedly destroyed a few skeletons and said angrily, There are so many skeletons and you still haven't dealt with them. Can't you two stop? It's not that I don't want to stop, it's that he's courting death. Murong Xiong sneered. Qin Feiyang laughed, Whether he's courting death or not, we'll know after we try. Alright, let me see how much weight you have now. Murong Xiong's 2-meter-tall body trembled, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from him. Just a one-star battle ancestor. Qin Feiyang muttered. Hearing this, Murong Xiong immediately burned with anger and said gloomily, "Yes, I'm just a one-star battle ancestor, but I can still kill you without any strength to fight back." Boom! As soon as he finished, Murong Xiong took a step forward, his astonishing aura toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The surrounding skeletons were all sent flying in an instant. Next, he punched towards Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with bone-piercing killing intent. They really started fighting. Everyone was bewildered. "Don't worry about them, quickly get rid of these skeletons." Dongfang Wuhan was extremely angry. No matter what, he was still the honorary captain, and he was also the captain personally appointed by the big shots and the old man. Even if he didn't look at the monk's face, he still had to look at the Buddha's face, right? But these two people completely treated him as if he didn't exist. In fact, when the old man chose him as the captain, he had already expected such a thing to happen, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Since he couldn't do anything about it, then he might as well not do anything about it. In any case, the one who would suffer in the end wasn't him, so there was no need to do those thankless things. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also struck out with his palm, and a resplendent golden light gushed out from his palm. Both of them were imposing, not giving in to each other. When the fist and palm collided, a deafening explosion sounded out. Puff! Following that, Murong Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, and like a meteorite, he fiercely smashed into a hill behind him. With a rumbling sound, the hill shattered, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. What? Everyone was once again dumbstruck. They had thought that the final outcome would be that Qin Feiyang would be sent flying by Murong Xiong's fist. But they never thought that the result would be that Murong Xiong would be sent flying by Qin Feiyang's palm. Everyone knew that Qin Feiyang's talent in alchemy was unparalleled, but who would have thought that his strength was also so powerful? Swish! After sending Murong Xiong flying with a palm, Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and landed in front of Murong Xiong. Without giving Murong Xiong any chance to counterattack, he stepped on Murong Xiong's chest again. Puff! Murong Xiong was injured once again. The qi and blood in his body were surging, his heart was damaged, and his mouth kept spitting out blood. Immediately after, he looked down at Murong Xiong and said indifferently, "Now tell me, who is the one who doesn't have the strength to fight back? You are only an 8-star war emperor, how can you be so strong?" Murong Xiong looked at him in disbelief. "So what if you are an 8-star war emperor? I have even killed a 2-star war sect before, let alone a little tramp like you. I didn't attack you, the king, in the inner palace because I didn't want to waste my energy on you, nor did I want to find trouble for no reason. Do you really think you are invincible?" Qin Feiyang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "When did he kill a 2-star war sect? Why haven't we heard of it?" Hearing this, everyone's hearts were once again set off by stormy waves, including Lu Xingqian and Ren Wushuang. Fatso also walked to the front of the deep pit, looked at Murong Xiong and said disdainfully, "Actually, we can't be bothered with a clown like you. Unfortunately, you are too insensible and have to come looking for a beating." "I'm a little tramp. I'm a clown." Murong Xiong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, and suddenly erupted with an aura that was even more terrifying than before. "Are you going to activate your war soul?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a sinister sneer. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Chang Shui and directly slashed it towards Murong Xiong's neck. "Junior brother Qin, please show mercy." Seeing this, Dongfang Wuhan anxiously shouted. It didn't matter if he made a ruckus, but he couldn't kill anyone. Murong Xiong was also shocked, and shouted in panic, "Junior brother Qin, don't kill me." Qin Feiyang's arm paused, and the ridicule on his face became even stronger. The Chang Shui stopped right above Murong Xiong's neck, only half an inch away, and could end his life at any time. The fatty chuckled. "Are you scared now? do you still dare to be arrogant in front of us in the future? I don't dare anymore. Life and self-esteem. Murong Xiong did not hesitate to abandon his self-esteem and choose life. Qin Feiyang put away the Chang Shui, jumped over, and landed beside Fatso, and said indifferently, I don't mind you taking revenge on me, but don't play tricks. Yes. Murong Xiong nodded again and again, and climbed up in a sorry state, but there was a hint of fierceness in the depths of his eyes. Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, well, the farce should be over. Quickly help to deal with these skeletons. Murong Xiong, did you see that? Senior brother Wuhan's character is so good. You have to learn more from him. As long as you respect others, others will respect you. I really don't understand. They are both kings of the inner hall, but why is the gap so big? Chapter 560. But hearing Fatso's flattering words, Dongfang Wuhan raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. This damn Fatso obviously did not have good intentions and wanted to drag him down as well. Because with this comparison, Murong Xiong would definitely hold a grudge against him. As expected. After Murong Xiong jumped out of the deep pit, he immediately looked at Dongfang Wuhan, and an imperceptible cold light flashed past the depths of his eyes. The farce came to an end. Everyone began to work together to deal with the skeletons in front of them. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were not idle either, but at the same time that they were killing the skeletons, they were protecting Ren Wushuang. And since Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang were together, they naturally became the target of their protection. Shen Mei asked curiously, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, you just said that you killed 2 Star Wars sect, is that true? Of course it's true. Fatso laughed softly, his face full of pride. Shen Mei did not understand, then why is there no news at all? Fatso said, we killed them in another province, of course you wouldn't have received the news. Shen Mei was surprised. Ren Wushuang thought for a while, then frowned, is it the Cloud State? Congratulations, your answer is correct. The one we killed was the commander under the Cloud State's mansion lord. Fatso laughed sinisterly. The 2 girls looked at each other. They even dared to kill the commander of the Cloud State. These 2 fellows were truly savage. An hour later. Under everyone's efforts, the surrounding skeletons were finally all killed, and the bones on the ground piled up into a mountain. However, the inner palace had also lost quite a few people. There must be more skeletons nearby. Those who are injured, hurry up and heal your wounds. Prepare to fight at any time. Junior brother Qin, junior brother Fatty, your injuries are the lightest. Help me count how many people have died this time. Dongfang Wuhan said. Qin Feiyang and Fatso nodded and quickly walked around the battlefield. Very quickly. They finished counting and walked in front of Dongfang Wuhan. How is it? Dongfang Wuhan asked, looking a little nervous. Fatso replied, more than 60 people. What? So many. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to accept this terrifying number. One had to know. The plains were just the first stop, and they had already lost almost 1/10 of their people. What about the rest? It was hard to imagine how many people would still be alive when they reached the other side. Now, do you still dare to say that there is no danger here? Dongfang Wuhan glanced at the people behind him, especially Murong Xiong, who was fiercely glared at by him. Murong Xiong had been fanning the flames all this time, saying that there was no danger here and that there was no need to be so cautious. If they hadn't been bewitched by him and had been more careful, they might have ended up in a different situation. Fatso sneered, Senior Marshal Brother Wuhan, they are courting death. Why are you so angry? Be careful that you don't end up like us, working hard for nothing. Indeed. When Brother Qin was in the inner palace, he had already advised everyone not to come here unless they were 9-star combat emperors. They didn't listen to him, so they can only blame themselves. Lu Xingqian said. What do you mean? A mere 6-star combat emperor, what qualifications do you have to speak? Lu Xingqian, we used to admire you. But now, In our eyes, you are just a cowardly and incompetent trash. That's right, the Lu family was destroyed by Qin Feiyang, but what about you? Humph, not only did you not take revenge for them, you are also trying your best to please Qin Feiyang. To be honest, you are worse than a dog. Because a dog knows loyalty. Wu Yan and the others said angrily. But in the face of such insulting words, Lu Xingchen didn't get angry at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I said too much. You guys continue. You should have shut up long ago." Su Yang smiled disdainfully. "You guys shut up too." Dongfang Wuhan shouted, his face full of anger. At this time, they still had the mood to cause internal strife. Seeing that Dongfang Wuhan had flipped out, Su Yang and the others tactfully shut their mouths. Sigh. Glancing at the crowd, Dongfang Wuhan let out a long sigh. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Junior brother Qin, I have to thank you. If you hadn't pointed out the skeleton's weakness, the casualties would have been even greater. I was just doing my duty. What's more, we are all from the same sect. If I can help, I will do my best to help. Senior brother Wuhan, you don't have to be so polite." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If everyone was as sensible as you, wouldn't it be easy for our spiritual state to win? Unfortunately." Sigh. Speaking of this, Dongfang Wuhan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He felt weak physically and mentally. Everyone here was proud and arrogant. Wanting them to obey orders was harder than ascending to the heavens. He was now regretting taking over the position of the captain. Human, race, blood, suddenly. Roars that seemed to have come from hell could be heard intermittently from all directions. Everyone hurriedly looked over and couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. In the distance, groups of skeletons were like a white wave, surging from all directions. At a glance, it was impossible to count how many there were. Someone said in horror, "Senior brother Wuhan, what should we do?" Although they knew the weakness of the skeletons, there were too many of them. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. What else can we do? Now we can only kill all the way. Although I don't know how far we are from the end of the plane, I hope everyone must persevere. Dongfang Wuhan shouted. But there was still a sentence that he hid in his heart and didn't say out loud, fearing that it would affect everyone's morale. That was, he hoped that there were no such things in the death swamp. If there were in the death swamp, then it would be completely over. How can we persevere? There is no way to survive. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion and not participated in the Battle of the Nine States. But even so, looking at the endless tide of skeletons, many people felt desperate and regretted coming to this place. It's too late to regret now. Fatso sneered secretly. Everyone, cheer up. As long as we work together, there is no hurdle that we can't cross. Now listen to my arrangement. Wait, Wu Yan and Su Yang, follow me to open the way. Dong Zhenyang, Murong Xiong, you two lead the other 8 and 9-star combat emperors to the left and right sides. Try to protect everyone as much as possible. Junior brother Qin, junior brother Fatty, I'll have to trouble you two to cover the rear. Dongfang Wuhan shouted. No problem. Fatso smiled confidently. Dong Zhenyang also nodded. Murong Xiong didn't dare to oppose Dongfang Wuhan now because it was related to everyone's safety. If he continued to obstruct them, it would definitely arouse public anger. Very good. But I still have to remind everyone, don't fall behind. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand and took the lead to kill the skeletons in front of him. Wu Yan and Su Yang looked at each other and immediately chased after him, following on his left and right sides. Boom! As they approached, the aura of the three completely erupted. Their battle chi traversed the vast sky and tore open a gap. Kill! The remaining 400 people roared and turned into a torrent, following closely behind the three of them and sprinting forward. Although their strength was relatively weak, in order to survive, they were all unscrupulous. At the same time, The battle on the left and right sides also began. Dong Xingyang and Murong Xiong each led a dozen people to block the skeletons that surrounded them from both sides. Relatively speaking, Qin Feiyang and Fatso, who were covering the rear, were more relaxed. But it was only easy at the beginning. When everyone went deep into the skeleton tide, many skeletons began to chase from the rear. The pressure was no less than that of Dongfang Wuhan and the other two who were clearing the way in front. If one stood high up in the sky and looked down at this moment, they would definitely see a shocking scene. The ground was full of skeletons. Densely packed, like a vast ocean. Qin Feiyang and the others were like a sharp sword, crazily charging forward, leaving behind a ground of bones. Not long after. A series of mournful screams rang out. On the right side, there were more than a dozen skeletons. Taking advantage of Dong Xingyang and the others' confusion, they rushed into the middle of the crowd. Those disciples quickly pincer attacked and killed them. But in the end, there were still 4 3-star war emperors and 2 4-star war emperors. Their heads were scratched by the skeleton's bone claws and they died on the spot. This scene caused many people to be filled with grief and indignation. Their eyes couldn't help but turn red. Dongfang Wuhan looked back and shouted, "Don't worry about them, let's go." It wasn't that he was heartless, it was because the current situation forced him to. If they stopped to collect their corpses now, it was very likely that more people would die because of this. The most important thing was that in the 9 nether yellow springs, they couldn't ask for help like outside. Here, they were fighting alone. So, anyone who was still alive was extremely precious. They were an indispensable fighting force. Everyone gritted their teeth and moved forward. After the death of those 6 people, everyone was more careful than before. But even so, casualties could happen at any time. Time passed bit by bit. The blood moon gradually set. The blood sun slowly climbed up from the horizon. Now, everyone had a feeling that time was passing very slowly. In just a few hours, it felt like a few centuries had passed. However, they still couldn't see the end of the plain. "How far is the end?" Wu Yan roared. After a night of fighting, even the 3 kings felt physically and mentally exhausted, let alone the others. "Don't be irritable, you must stay calm." Dongfang Wuhan shouted, his gaze was extremely gloomy. If this continued, everyone would be exhausted to death before they died in battle. Fatso glanced at Wu Yan and shouted impatiently, "Why are you talking so much nonsense, let's go." Wu Yan suddenly turned his head to stare at Fatso and said angrily, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the front and try? It's really easy for you to say that." "Fuck. Are you going to play with us at the back in the future?" Fatso immediately became angry. "Isn't that so?" Wu Yan sneered. In his opinion, the pressure of opening a path at the front was much greater than the pressure of being at the back. Therefore, he was very unhappy with Fatso's attitude. "Alright, since you say so, Fat Lord will fulfill your wish and let you enjoy yourself at the back." Fatso pursed his lips with a trace of ridicule and quickly ran to the front. "Do you think I'm afraid?" Chapter 561. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Because soon, Wu Yan would know how idiotic his previous thoughts were. Sure enough. In less than 100 breaths, Wu Yan's face darkened. He was shocked to find that the pressure at the back was about the same as at the front. In fact, if one were to make a precise comparison, the pressure at the back was even more than at the front. How was this possible? Wu Yan was unable to accept it. Qin Feiyang said, "If you can't figure it out, look at the ground." Wu Yan looked down and found a lot of blood on the ground. Seeing the blood, he finally understood. After a night of bloody battle, everyone had wounds on their bodies. If there were wounds, they would naturally bleed. Therefore, wherever the team passed, there would be blood on the ground. And these skeletons, upon seeing the blood on the ground, would go crazy and swarm over, crazily chasing after them. Moreover, bringing up the rear was to fight with the skeletons while retreating. This would undoubtedly tie their hands and feet. As for the front, they only needed to charge forward and didn't need to look back at all. This was the reason why the pressure at the back was greater than the front. And the most important point was that there were 3 people clearing the way in front, but only 2 people at the back. Relatively speaking, the front would be a little easier. Therefore, Wu Yan began to regret it. But because of his face, he was too embarrassed to bring it up, so he could only brace himself and hold on. Qin Feiyang shook his head and focused on dealing with the skeletons that were chasing after them. A moment later, just as he was fighting with a dozen or so skeletons, another skeleton quietly lurked behind him, and its bone claws went straight for his back. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, directly shattering the skull of the skeleton and dispersing the flames in its eye sockets. However, the dozen or so skeletons in front of him swarmed forward at the same time. Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated. However, a skeleton's bone claws grabbed his shoulder. Not only did it tear his clothes, a piece of flesh on his arm was also torn off. The intense pain caused his face to twitch. At the same time, anger surged in his heart. But this anger was not directed at the skeletons, but at Wu Yan. Although Wu Yan was also fighting with the skeletons just now, there were only 3 of them. They could completely free up their hands and help kill the skeleton that had sneaked around him. But Wu Yan didn't notice it at all. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and strong battle consciousness, he would have died to the claws of the skeleton. However, he didn't directly express his dissatisfaction and silently. However, the same thing happened a few more times after that. Wu Yan glared at him furiously. Qin Feiyang bellowed, and no longer paid attention to him. You actually chased him away. Qin Feiyang said, too unconscious. Fighting side by side with him, one word to describe it is tiring. Fat Lord is the same. Just now, Dongfang Wuhan's battle consciousness was barely passable, but that Su Yang is simply a pig. There were several times when he could have helped, but he just stood there like a fool. If not for the fear of affecting the morale, Fat Lord would have already started scolding. There is an old saying that goes, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Fatso shook his head. Su Yang also has no battle consciousness. Qin Feiyang was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Dongfang Wuhan. Being with 2 pigs was really hard on him. He also couldn't figure out how these 2 had cultivated to the 8-star war emperor. As time passed, the blood sun finally climbed up from the horizon. Although the light wasn't very bright, it was much brighter than at night. It was also at this moment. The skeletons that came from all directions drilled into the ground. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. What's going on? Everyone stopped and looked around in bewilderment. They couldn't even find the shadow of a skeleton. Was this a dream? But the skeletons left on the ground proved that all of this had indeed happened. But why was it like this? Everyone was puzzled. Someone cautiously asked, can we rest now? Dongfang Wuhan scanned the ground around him. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he hesitated for a moment and said, no matter what happened, everyone should quickly recuperate. As soon as these words came out, some people immediately sat on the ground, completely ignoring their usual image and gasping for breath. Fat Lord is exhausted. Fatso directly laid on the ground, moaning weakly. Qin Feiyang took out 4 healing pills with 3 patterns. He took one himself and gave the other 3 to Fatso, Ren Wushuang, and Xin Mei. Thank you. Shen Mei looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, but she didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it into her mouth. The others around looked at Fatso and the other 2 with envy. The healing pills they took basically didn't have any patterns. The effect was several times worse than the 3 patterned healing pills. The speed of recovery naturally couldn't be compared. And in the current situation, the 3 patterned healing pills were undoubtedly life-saving divine pills. Unfortunately, they could only watch. I thought some people were aloof, but it turns out that they also know how to curry favor with others. Suddenly, a particularly bone-piercing voice of ridicule sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The person who spoke was Wu Yan. Fatso originally didn't have the strength to speak, but when he heard this, he immediately got up and looked at Wu Yan. Who are you talking about? Who am I talking about? Everyone knows in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that Ren Wushuang is the granddaughter of the mansion master and Xin Mei is the granddaughter of Old City Lord Shen, would Qin Feiyang give them healing pills? I don't know if you have noticed, but Qin Feiyang has been circling around them all the way. Thinking about it, they both have powerful backgrounds. If you can win their hearts, you can bask in their glory and at least work hard for hundreds of years. Don't deny it, we can actually understand. After all, no matter how talented a person is, if he doesn't have a background, it's impossible to establish a foothold in a place. Wu Yan chuckled, but her face was full of ridicule. Are you done talking? Qin Feiyang stood up and walked towards Wu Yan with a faint smile on his face. What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot and become angry out of humiliation? Wu Yan sneered and stared at him, not to be outdone. Whatever you say, I have endured you for a long time, and I don't intend to endure it anymore. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Fatso crossed his arms and joked, Fat Lord has never seen someone as unafraid of death as you. You really want to fight? Wu Yan's pupils shrank, and she hurriedly got up and ran behind Dongfang Wuhan. Can't you be more honest? Dongfang Wuhan glared at Wu Yan angrily, then turned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Junior brother Qin, Wu Yan is just joking, don't be so serious. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, why can't I see that he's joking? Senior brother Wuhan, please step aside. Dongfang Wuhan sighed, Junior brother Qin, you can see the current situation. We can't have any more internal strife. For my sake, can you let him go this time? Qin Feiyang shook his head. As long as they didn't provoke him, it didn't matter. But as long as they provoked him, even if the Heavenly Emperor came down, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Fatso laughed and said, Senior brother Wuhan, he was the one who started it first, so even if there is an internal strife, it can't be blamed on us. Then blame me. It seems that it is indeed my fault. It is my incompetence as the captain, and I don't want to be the captain anymore. Let's do it this way. Since the mansion master and Wang Hong are not here, let's choose again. Dongfang Wuhan said, and there was a bit of anger in his tone. In an instant, everyone fell silent. At first, everyone thought that being the captain was a good job, but only when they came here did they realize that being the captain was a two-sided job. Senior brother Wuhan, you are the captain because my grandfather personally appointed you. It's not that easy to get away with it. Ren Wushuang was the first to break the silence. Junior sister Wushuang, I also want to be the captain, but as you can see, who is willing to listen to me? Dongfang Wuhan said helplessly. Ren Wushuang glanced at everyone and looked at Dongfang Wuhan, how about this, when you make the right choice, if everyone doesn't listen, I will tell grandfather when we go back. At that time, you will have to bear the consequences. Of course, there are also those who take the initiative to cause trouble. Ren Wushuang added with a smile. Everyone's heart trembled. With the mansion master's granddaughter supervising them, they really couldn't do things recklessly in the future. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your support, junior sister Wushuang. Ren Wushuang smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, forget it, there is no need to argue with this kind of person. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wu Yan, this is the last time, don't fall into my hands again. After that, he turned and walked towards Ren Wushuang. Listening to a woman's words is really a disgrace to men. Wu Yan secretly sneered. Seeing this scene, most of the people despised Qin Feiyang in their hearts. When Qin Feiyang arrived in front of Ren Wushuang frowned and said, Brother, why don't you just directly announce our relationship, so that you won't be laughed at by them? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, There's no need for that. A clown will always be a clown. All right then. Ren Wushuang nodded. All right, everyone quickly recover from your injuries. Junior brother Qin, Dong Zhenyang, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Dongfang Wuhan instructed everyone and walked towards a small hill not far away. Qin Feiyang and the other three also walked over one after another. After Qin Feiyang left, Shenmei patted Ren Wushuang's shoulder and said with a smile, Wushuang, how do you plan to announce your relationship with Qin Feiyang? Brother and sister, or something else? Ren Wushuang's white forehead suddenly had a row of black lines, and she said angrily, if you talk nonsense again, we won't be sisters anymore. Did I talk nonsense? What nonsense did I say? I think you are thinking too much. Chapter 562. Beside the small hill. Qin Feiyang, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen, and Dong Zhengyang were gathered together. Lu Xingchen glanced at them and said with a faint smile, you guys are discussing serious matters. I don't seem to have the qualifications to participate. Dongfang Wuhan looked at Lu Xingchen strangely and asked, Junior brother Lu, when did you become so modest? If it was the previous Lu Xingchen, no matter where he went, he would fight for fame and fortune, giving people a strong sense of existence. Even if it was Dong Zhengyang and Murong Xiong, Lu Xingchen didn't care about them in the slightest. But now, Lu Xingchen's body seemed to be covered with a veil, making it easy for people to overlook him. Hearing Dongfang Wuhan's words, Lu Xingchen shook his head and said with emotion, I was too ignorant in the past. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Dong Zhengyang and Murong Xiong looked at each other. What was this person up to? Although Lu Xingchen had repeatedly said that it was because he had died once and now looked at everything lightly, they always felt that it wasn't that simple. But now, Lu Xingchen was like a mystery, making it difficult for people to see through him. Junior brother Lu can have the current awareness, it can be seen that his temperament has changed. Don't mention the past. Now, I've called everyone here to discuss the current situation. Before that, I would like to solemnly apologize to junior brother Qin. I was really helpless to protect Wu Yan and Dong Zhengyang. I hope junior brother Qin can forgive me. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, I'm fine. But vermin will always be vermin. In extraordinary times, it's best to use extraordinary means to avoid dragging everyone down. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Dongfang Wuhan nodded and said, Junior brother Qin is right. If they dare to cause trouble again, I will not let them off easily. Murong Xiong looked at them and said impatiently, okay, enough with the pleasantries, let's get down to business. Alright, let's talk business. I did a rough calculation just now. From last night until now, more than 50 of our men have been sacrificed. Including the people who died at the beginning, we now have more than 100 brothers and sisters who have died in the 9 underworlds. I believe everyone is well aware of what this means. Dongfang Wuhan said solemnly. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 nodded. Before they even entered the death swamp, more than 100 people had already died. The danger here was seriously beyond their expectations. Dong Zhengyang suddenly said, actually, it's nothing. Anyway, they're just cannon fodder. They don't have much value. This was the first time he had spoken, but regardless of whether it was his words or his expression, they were filled with indifference. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but look at Dong Zhengyang. What is it? Am I wrong? Didn't you go through so much trouble to protect them because you wanted them to scout ahead at the critical moment? Since they are scouting the way, what's the difference between them and cannon fodder? Dong Zhengyang sneered. Dongfang Wuhan shook his head and said, Dong Zhengyang, I don't agree with this. I sincerely hope that everyone can go back alive. That's a bit hypocritical. There are only 50 places to enter the imperial capital. Not to mention the other 8 states, even our spiritual state is not enough. If everyone goes back alive, who will get these 50 places? Dong Zhengyang said. There are always ways to work around it. What's more, I believe that everyone here is a reasonable person. If we protect them to survive, they will definitely know how to be grateful and take the initiative to withdraw and not compete with us. Dongfang Wuhan smiled. Grateful? Dong Zhengyang didn't say anything more, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. In fact, there's no need to discuss this topic now. Because we don't know what's ahead. It's possible that we will die here, let alone protect them. Murong Xiong said lightly. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was the truth. He wondered, Senior Brother Wuhan, what's your plan for calling us here? If I had a plan, I wouldn't have asked you to discuss it. Dongfang Wuhan smiled bitterly. Several people couldn't help but frown and ponder. After a few breaths, Lu Xingqian said, in fact, from last night until now, our casualties can be reduced. What do you mean? Dongfang Wuhan looked at him expectantly. Lu Xingqian stretched out 2 fingers and said, one word, tacit understanding. Last night, when we were on the road, I had been observing. I found that when we were fighting with the skeletons, although everyone was facing a common enemy, we didn't really relax our vigilance against each other. This caused a serious lack of tacit understanding. If everyone can put down the grudges in their hearts and truly unite, I dare say that the casualties will definitely not be so many. Lu Xingqian said. Dongfang Wuhan immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Junior Brother Lu really has a sharp eye, hitting the nail on the head. That's right. Now our enemy is not those skeletons, but ourselves. As long as we completely relax our vigilance and unite, we will definitely be able to survive this disaster. What do you think? Dongfang Wuhan looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Murong Xiong and Dong Zhenyang immediately raised the corners of their mouths and sneered. Although Qin Feiyang didn't make it so obvious, he didn't think that everyone could do it. Because everyone had selfishness in their hearts, it could be said that it was harder than ascending to the heavens to achieve unity. I think there is one more thing to add. That is combat awareness. I remember that when Wu Yan went to the rear to cover Brother Qin's retreat, Brother Qin was attacked by the skeletons several times. Wu Yan could actually free up his hands to help, but he didn't notice. It may seem like a small matter, but in fact, it is related to the other party's life and trust. Who would be willing to fight side by side with such a person? Lu Xingqian said again. Hearing these words, Dongfang Wuhan and the other two suddenly realized that this was the reason why Qin Feiyang dared to take Wu Yan away. To be honest, not only Wu Yan, but also Su Yang and many other people, their combat awareness is not very good. This is also another reason for the heavy casualties. Dongfang Wuhan said. For the whole night, he and Wu Yan had been clearing the path in front, so he had a deeper understanding than the others. How about this, we rearrange? According to my observation, Shenlong and Jiang Wei's combat awareness is not bad, and they are both 9-star combat emperors. Let them cover the rear or clear the path. Lu Xingqian suggested. Dong Zhenyang immediately said, no, if they leave, won't we lose a big help on our left and right? I don't agree. Murong Xiong said. Shenlong and Jiang Wei originally followed them to block the left and right sides. And after this night of fighting, they also realized how important it was to have a teammate with combat awareness. So they didn't want to let go. Dongfang Wuhan pondered for a moment and nodded, I think so, but Dong Zhenyang and Murong Xiong's concerns are not bad. If Shenlong and Jiang Wei are transferred away, the combat power on both sides will indeed decrease a lot, so I have decided to let Su Yang and Wu Yan exchange positions with them. Dongfang Wuhan, what do you mean? Leaving these two trash to us, isn't it just giving us trouble? Dong Zhenyang and Wu Yan said angrily. Trash. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No matter how bad Su Yang and Wu Yan were, they were still 8-star combat emperors. I also know that this is a bit unfair to you. But there are more people on both sides. Su Yang and Wu Yan's strength is not bad, they can help each other. But there are only 2 or 3 people in front and behind, so we need elites. I hope you two understand. Dongfang Wuhan cupped his hands and said, his face was full of pleading. Dong Zhenyang and Wu Yan had no choice but to nod and let them go. Because Ren Wushuang had said that when Dongfang Wuhan made the right choice, everyone must obey. And now, Dongfang Wuhan's arrangement was indeed beneficial to everyone. Seeing that the two agreed, Dongfang Wuhan was also beaming with joy. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will have to trouble junior brother Qin and junior brother Fatty. Qin Feiyang nodded. After a detailed discussion, the few of them returned to their resting place and told everyone about the results of the discussion. I object. Why should we be swapped with Jiang Wei and Wu Yan? Wu Yan and Su Yang immediately stood up to protest. Fatso said disdainfully, it's obviously because you guys are dragging us down. You can't even think of this, what an idiot. Damn Fatso, who are you dragging us down? Say it again if you have the guts. The two of them were immediately enraged. Seeing this, the faces of Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but twitch. It was fine as long as he knew it in his heart, why did he have to say it so bluntly? Cough cough. Dongfang Wuhan clenched his fist and coughed a few times. He looked at Wu Yan and said, don't listen to junior brother Fatty's nonsense. We have considered all the factors in this arrangement. Don't take us for fools. Wu Yan snorted. Ren Wushuang asked with a smile, so, you are not going to obey the arrangement? Wu Yan was about to fly into a rage, but when she saw the smile on Ren Wushuang's face, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said, I obey. I also obey. Su Yang also nodded. But in their hearts, they were extremely aggrieved and angry. Because even a fool could see that they were now like annoying rubber balls covered in feces that were being kicked around by others. Fatso walked up to the two of them, patted their shoulders, and sighed. Actually, we don't mean to look down on you. We just hope that in this way, we can inspire your fighting spirit and make you work hard. Get lost. Su Yang and Wu Yan could no longer hold back the anger in their hearts. They roared hysterically, and their facial features were distorted. Fatso rubbed his ears, looked at the two of them in disappointment, and shook his head. You really can't be taught. All right. It's not easy for everyone to be at peace. Don't make trouble again. Hurry up and rest. We will continue our journey in half an hour. Dongfang Wuhan helplessly looked at Fatso, and then ordered. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal his injuries. But Qin Feiyang did not heal his injuries. He lowered his head and scanned the ground, his brows tightly knitted together. Fatso suspiciously walked to his side and asked, Boss, what are you looking at? I remember that last night, after the blood sun fell and the blood moon rose, these skeletons appeared. And today, as soon as the blood sun appeared, they drilled into the ground. I'm thinking, is there any connection between them? Chapter 563. I'm also wondering if the appearance of skeleton has something to do with the blood moon and the blood sun. Lu Xingqian walked over at this time. Qin Feiyang turned to Lu Xingqian and said with a smile, Brother Lu should have grasped the shortcomings of everyone here last night. Lu Xingqian did not answer. He said, Can I have a word with you? Why can't I? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The three of them walked to the side and stood side by side on a hillside, looking into the distance. You guys dealt with skeleton last night, and we had nothing to do, so we might as well take a look. After all, there's a good saying that only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Lu Xingqian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shook his head. You really don't hide it at all. Is there a need to hide it? I think I know what everyone is thinking. I'm not like some people who say nice things on the surface but are actually darker than anyone else. Lu Xingqian said. You're talking about us? Fatso's face darkened. Whether I'm talking about you or not, you can think about it carefully. Lu Xingqian said meaningfully and immediately changed the topic. He asked with a smile, Brother Qin, what do you think about our cooperation? How? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed. He said, let's go to the other side and enter the capital together. Even if it's just me and boss, we're confident that we can reach the other side. Why should we cooperate with you? What can we get in return? Fatso said disdainfully. Indeed, with Brother Qin's brain and means, you have a greater chance of reaching the other side than anyone else. But I want to ask you too, if Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, and Dong Xingyang join forces, do you still have confidence? Lu Xingqian said. Fatso frowned. We don't have confidence. Do you? Who knows? Lu Xingqian shrugged. He neither admitted nor denied it, making it hard for anyone to guess. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Lu Xingqian. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, I agree to work with you. I knew that Brother Qin was a far-sighted person. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." After Lu Xingqian finished speaking, he returned to the camp. Fatso frowned and asked in confusion, "Boss, what does he mean?" Qin Feiyang said, "If I'm not wrong, the person he's talking about should be Dongfang Wuhan." "It can't be. Are you sure Lu Xingqian isn't trying to sow discord?" Fatso immediately expressed his doubts. All along, Dongfang Wuhan's performance had been that of an upright gentleman. How could his heart be dark? You can't judge a book by its cover. It's never wrong to take precautions. Qin Feiyang said. If it was really Dongfang Wuhan, then it could only be said that this person was too good at pretending. Half an hour passed quickly. Under the leadership of Dongfang Wuhan, everyone rushed to the end of the plain at top speed. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single skeleton. Unknowingly, the blood sun set in the west, and the blood moon slowly rose. At this moment, Lu Xingqian came to Qin Feiyang's side and said, "It's best to advise Dongfang Wuhan to let everyone take a rest first." Qin Feiyang looked up at the blood moon in the sky. The blood moon hadn't risen yet, and only a little outline could be seen. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I also have the same idea. Let's go." The two quickly caught up with Dongfang Wuhan. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior brother Wuhan, let everyone rest here." "Why?" Dongfang Wuhan was puzzled. Now that there were no skeletons, it was a good opportunity to hurry. Lu Xingqian said, "We suspect that the appearance of the skeletons is related to the blood moon." "You mean, once the blood moon rises, skeletons will appear?" Dongfang Wuhan was surprised. "Yes. Although it's just a guess, it's not a bad idea." Lu Xingqian nodded. Everyone had been rushing for a whole day. Whether it was physically or mentally, they were exhausted. If skeletons appeared at this time, it might be a disaster for everyone. Therefore, they must rest and face those skeletons in their peak state. "I don't think so. According to my guess, the skeletons should be just a test. I think everyone knows that tests usually only appear once. We passed the test last night, so the skeletons won't appear again." Murong Xiong stepped forward and said. "Since it's all a guess, to be fair, I agree with senior brother Murong Xiong." "I agree too. There's no need to stop and rest. It's a waste of time." The people behind him also expressed their opinions. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. Lu Xingqian glanced at everyone and said, "Are you sure you don't want to rest? What are you afraid of? Even if skeletons appear, we can deal with them in our current state." Someone said with dissatisfaction. Lu Xingqian frowned and looked directly at Dongfang Wuhan. Dongfang Wuhan looked around and said to Lu Xingqian, "Sorry, I respect everyone's opinion." "Okay, up to you." After Lu Xingqian said this, he returned to the crowd and looked around vigilantly. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else and quickly returned to Ren Wushuang, Fatso, and Xin Mei's side. He immediately took out 4 battle chi pills and healing pills. "Take them quickly. I have a hunch that skeletons will appear later." Qin Feiyang handed them to the 3 with a gloomy face. The 3 didn't hesitate and put a battle chi pill and healing pill into their mouths. Fatso immediately sneered, "These people really don't know what's good for them. Although they are all geniuses of the spiritual state, they rarely go out to train. Whether it's crisis awareness or survival experience, they can't compare to you." Ren Wushuang sighed. "Everyone, hurry up. Before dawn, we should be able to reach the end of the plain." Dongfang Wuhan shouted from the front. It's not that simple. Lu Xingqian in the crowd muttered. Crack. Suddenly, a faint sound entered everyone's ears. Are they here? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled as he looked up at the sky. The blood moon had already risen. Crack. Immediately after, the ground around them, including the ground under their feet, exploded. White shadows rushed out from the ground. If they weren't skeletons, then what were they? A few skeletons also rushed out from under Qin Feiyang and the others. Be careful. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice and moved like lightning, quickly shattering the skulls of those skeletons and the flames in their eye sockets. At the same time, Lu Xingqian also fought with the skeletons. The two of them were already prepared, so they launched a counterattack at the first moment. But the others who believed that the skeletons wouldn't appear again couldn't react in time. Ah, save me! A series of screams and cries for help suddenly resounded through the night sky. Those skeletons were like hungry wolves, rushing out from the ground and crazily slaughtering. The world was filled with their sinister laughter. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people's blood splattered on the spot. The most terrible thing was that due to the previous sloppiness, everyone didn't maintain a formation. It could be said that they were like a sheet of loose sand. What are you all doing? Quickly fight back. Dongfang Wuhan heard the screams and immediately came back to his senses. While roaring, he attacked the skeletons in the crowd. There really were skeletons. If he had known earlier, he would have listened to Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian's suggestion. Now, it wouldn't be a mess. Bastard, go to hell. Murong Xiong also angrily attacked those skeletons. His face and ears were red. Because this time, he was the one who advocated not to rest. He thought that he could turn the tables, but who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were right? Skeletons appeared again. This was undoubtedly an invisible slap that ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Right now, he felt like he was a clown jumping around, unbearable to the extreme. Therefore, he vented all the shame and anger in his heart on those skeletons. Bang! Crack! After a few breaths. When everyone hurriedly got rid of the skeletons in the crowd, more than a dozen people died on the spot. However, at the same time, the skeletons around also surrounded them. It was like an endless ocean, causing people to tremble in fear. Don't panic. Quickly get into formation. Dongfang Wuhan roared and quickly rushed to the front with two young men, blocking the skeletons coming from the front. Murong Xiong and Dong Zhengyang also brought people and rushed to the left and right sides. Sister, follow me. Qin Feiyang reminded and quickly rushed to the rear with Fatso. Dozens of breaths passed. Only then did the formation stabilize. During this period, there were undoubtedly people who died tragically. Senior Wuhan, what should we do? Everyone panicked. Damn it! Dongfang Wuhan was extremely angry. While fighting with the skeletons, he roared without looking back, Junior Brother Qin, Junior Brother Lu, according to your guess, when will the skeletons disappear? The blood sun will rise. Lu Xingqian said. What? It will take a whole night. After a day of continuous travel, everyone's condition is not very good. How can we hold on until then? Everyone's face was suddenly full of despair. Humph. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly that he could handle it? Why are you shouting now? Fat Lord can only say that you deserve it. Fatso snorted coldly. He had already advised them, but who would listen to him? Now they were afraid. Unfortunately, it was too late. Senior Brother Qin, Senior Brother Lu, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have listened to Murong Xiong's slanderous words. Please, can you think of a way? Someone in the crowd pleaded. Hearing this, Murong Xiong, who was already ashamed, wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Fatso smashed a skeleton with a punch and said, Boss, Fat Lord won't allow you to meddle in other people's business. I don't intend to meddle in it either. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and focused on dealing with the skeletons. As for the pleas of those people, he pretended not to hear them. Lu Xingqian didn't care either. Both of them were very angry. What were you doing earlier? Now you know how to ask for help. There was no such good thing in the world. If you make a wrong decision, you have to pay the price. Seeing that the two of them were indifferent, everyone's expression was distressed and their hearts were filled with helplessness. Dongfang Wuhan also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian, frowning. You two, we were indeed in the wrong before, but it has already happened. Why are you still so calculative? Lu Xingqian shook his head and sighed. It's not that we don't want to help, it's that we can't help. Aren't you all top-grade alchemists? Can't you contribute a little bit of your top-grade pills? Chapter 564. Lu Xingqian said, I'm sorry, I didn't prepare too many pills in advance. I may not even have enough for myself. Me too. Qin Feiyang nodded. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but he just wanted to force Dongfang Wuhan to see if this person was a gentleman or not. Let's not talk about junior brother Lu, but junior brother Qin, don't you have your own alchemy fire? You can refine it at any time. Dongfang Wuhan was quite angry. It's true that I have an alchemy fire, but I don't have any herbs. Qin Feiyang said. Dongfang Wuhan fell silent. Senior brother Wuhan, let's not talk about us first. Aren't you a top-grade alchemist yourself? As far as I know, you seem to have your own alchemy fire too. You can be generous and give everyone some healing pills first. After tonight, we'll slowly think of a way. Lu Xingqian said. To be honest, I didn't prepare much. Dongfang Wuhan sighed deeply, but then his eyes were firm. But as long as I can help everyone get through tonight, I'm willing to contribute all the pills I have. Senior brother Wuhan is truly righteous. He's not like some people who are selfish. Wu Yan immediately complimented, and at the same time, mocked Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu. But the two didn't take it to heart. Shen San, come here. Dongfang Wuhan shouted to the crowd. Immediately, a skinny, yellow-skinned, shifty-eyed man ran in front of Dongfang Wuhan. You guys block them first. Dongfang Wuhan said to Shenlong and Jiang Wei, then took out his Qiankun bag and began to organize it. After a while, he handed a Qiankun bag to Shen San and said solemnly, pay attention to everyone's situation carefully. As long as someone is injured, immediately send the pills to them. Okay. Shen San nodded, took the Qiankun bag and entered the crowd. Please believe me, I will definitely lead everyone out of this plane. Let's go. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand, and hundreds of people suddenly turned into a torrent and rushed forward. Fatso whispered, Boss, I don't think this Dongfang Wuhan is pretending. Whether he is pretending or not, we can't make a conclusion too early. At this moment, Lu Xingqian came to their side and chuckled as he spoke. He then helped Qin Feiyang to cover their retreat. Fatso frowned and said, Lu Xingqian, tell us the truth. Why are you trying to sow discord? Lu Xingqian was stunned. Brother Fatty, are you so sure that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you two? Fatso said, Fat Lord is not sure, but Dongfang Wuhan's performance is indeed that of a gentleman. Really? Lu Xingqian smiled disapprovingly, but then said, but from the beginning to the end, I don't think I said that Dongfang Wuhan was a villain. Fatso frowned. What did he mean? Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? The person Lu Xingqian was talking about wasn't Dongfang Wuhan. But if it wasn't Dongfang Wuhan, who could it be? Fatso felt that his head was about to explode. This Lu Xingqian was too difficult to guess. Qin Feiyang, who had not spoken from beginning to end, suddenly asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, did you just say that Dongfang Wuhan has an alchemy fire? That's right. It is said that he got it when he was training, but no one knows the details. There are not many people who know that he has an alchemy fire. I also heard it from Grandpa Ren when I was chatting with him. Lu Xingqian nodded. What grade of alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian shook his head and said, "This question, except for him, no one knows." Fatso said, "Boss, don't think about it. Even if he has an alchemy fire, it can't be a 5th grade one." He thought that Qin Feiyang was thinking about Dongfang Wuhan's alchemy fire again. Because now, the netherworld demonic flame needed to devour a 5th grade alchemy fire to reach the 6th grade. But in fact, Qin Feiyang did not have this idea at all. He was just thinking that since Dongfang Wuhan had an alchemy fire, why did he say that he did not have many pills? He could refine pills here. Dongfang Wuhan said this, could it be that he was trying to win everyone's favor? Of course. As a nominal captain, it was understandable that he wanted to win everyone's favor. Because as long as he got everyone's favor, everyone would slowly take him as the backbone and listen to his orders. But if this was the case, then this person was indeed a bit hypocritical. Because he could directly take out pills to save everyone, and everyone would definitely be grateful to him. There was no need to say things like, "I didn't prepare much." It seemed that this person really needed to be paid attention to. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over, and a trace of surprise crept up in their eyes. 20 or 30 meters to the left, there was a 10-meter-high hill, and at the top of the hill, there was a broadsword. Half of the broadsword was in the soil, and only the upper half could be seen. On the hilt, there was a black skull engraved, surrounded by a bloody mist, which looked a bit scary. The blade was 5 fingers wide, and the surface was rusty, but Qin Feiyang and the others, who were dozens of meters away, could feel an amazing sharpness. The most important thing was that the skeletons that were rushing towards them would take the initiative to avoid the hill when passing by. It seemed that was the Holy Land in their eyes. I remember Commander Wang Hong said that there are a lot of treasures here. Is that sword also a treasure? Someone raised this question. As soon as this remark came out, everyone couldn't help but stop, and a strong greed crept up in their eyes. I think it's best to ignore it. Because we don't know whether that sword is auspicious or ominous. And now, we are already in danger. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Xingqian said. What a joke. Why did we come to the netherworld? Isn't it to enter the imperial capital and get some treasures on the way? Now that we finally encountered a treasure, how can we not take it? If you don't want it, I want it. Murong Xiong smiled coldly, and left the team without permission, broke into the group of skeletons, and rushed towards the hill. Why won't you listen to my advice? Lu Xingqian sighed, his face full of helplessness. Whether it's auspicious or ominous, we can't leave Murong Xiong alone. Let's go and take a look. Dongfang Wuhan waved his hand, and the team immediately turned around and rushed towards the hill. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sword, turned to Lu Xingqian, and frowned. Do you know what that is? I don't know, but I have a bad premonition. Lu Xingqian shook his head, and there was a trace of worry in his expression. Ominous? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there were countless skeletons blocking the way, the team quickly arrived at the bottom of the hill with a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Murong Xiong arrived first, and his eyes were full of fanaticism and greed. He jumped up without hesitation, grabbed the hilt, and pulled with force. Clang! Accompanied by a loud ear-piercing sound, the sword broke out of the ground. The lower half was also covered in rust. But between the rust, there was a wisp of cold black light. Slash! Murong Xiong grabbed the sword and slashed in the air. A black sword shadow suddenly broke through the air, and slashed into the group of skeletons. An astonishing scene appeared. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, the skeletons were like dead wood, and turned into ashes, leaving no remains behind. Good sword. Seeing this scene, Murong Xiong suddenly became excited. The eyes of the other people below also lit up. Although the sword is good, it's not something ants like you are qualified to use. However, at this moment, a bone-chilling voice, like a demon from hell, suddenly reverberated in this place. Who? Everyone turned pale with fright. Boom! The next moment, the hill under Murong Xiong's feet suddenly exploded. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. Murong Xiong's expression changed, and he hurriedly jumped down. Qin Feiyang and the others also retreated, and their eyes were fixed on the dust and smoke in front of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure rushed out from the dust and stood in front of everyone. Seeing the black figure's true face, everyone present turned pale with fright. Because, it was also a skeleton. But the difference was that the skeleton's bones were all black, as if they were soaked in ink. Moreover, its aura was very strong. If measured by humans' cultivation level, it was definitely not lower than a 9-star combat emperor. So it's just a dead thing, and you dare to come out and cause trouble. Now, I will completely destroy your soul. Murong Xiong's body shook, and the aura of a combat master emerged. At the same time, he raised his sword and slashed at the black skeleton in the air. My sword, what right do you have to use it? The black skeleton was disdainful, and its bone claws stretched out. The battle sword in Murong Xiong's hand suddenly trembled, and it broke Murong Xiong's big hand, then flew out of his hand and flew towards the black skeleton. How is this possible? Murong Xiong was dumbstruck. This battle sword, does it have a sword spirit? Clang! When the battle sword fell into the black skeleton's hand, it immediately began to buzz and tremble, and the rust on it trembled and continuously fell off. Not long after, a black shining battle sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. On the blade, there was no trace of rust. The shocking sharpness was earth-shattering, and it instantly drowned everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if there were countless sharp blades strangling towards them. Their clothes were torn, and their skin was burning with pain. Sure enough, it confirmed my premonition. Lu Xingqian whispered. The black skeleton lowered its head, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered, as if it was examining the battle sword. Its bone fingers were also stroking the blade gently, as if it was stroking its own child. You have disturbed my meditation. Today, all of you will die. Suddenly, the black skeleton raised its head, and the two balls of flames in its eye sockets were crazily jumping. A shocking murderous aura, with it as the center, rolled in all directions. Following closely, it raised its battle sword high and slashed down. A black sword shadow whizzed out, slashing towards Qin Feiyang and the others. It's all because of greed. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and shouted, "Everyone, let's go." The team immediately turned around. Qin Feiyang and Fatso, who were originally at the back, turned to open the way. Dongfang Wuhan and the other two, who were originally at the front, turned to the back at this moment. Hundreds of people didn't dare to hold back. While fighting with the white skeleton, they frantically fled this place. However, the sword shadow was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was above the crowd. Ren Wushuang shouted, "Murong Xiong, you're the one who caused this trouble. Why aren't you making a move? Damn it!" Murong Xiong cursed inwardly, his face ashen. This was already the third time. He didn't even know how to face everyone in the future. Boom! He attacked furiously. His battle chi turned into a torrent that went against the flow and blasted towards the black sword shadow. But in the end, both jade and stone were destroyed. How is this possible? Murong Xiong found it hard to accept this fact. He was a 1-star battle ancestor, and he had used his full strength. No matter how strong his battle sword was, it couldn't be this strong. You can block it? No wonder you dared to snatch my sword. But if you think that's it, then you're wrong. The black skeleton laughed mockingly. The battle sword in its hand shone brightly. At the same time, an even stronger aura than before rushed out from the black skeleton's body and swept through the sky. Battle Ancestor. Everyone's bodies and minds trembled. This skeleton actually had the cultivation of a battle ancestor. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Lu Xingqian, can you guys go faster? Someone couldn't help but shout in fear. Fuck. I told you not to go earlier, but you insisted on going. Now, you're scolding us instead. Fat Lord really admires you pigs. If you think it's too slow, then do it yourself. Fatso said angrily. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian were also holding back their anger. Escape? The black skeleton took a step forward with a threatening aura, but it followed behind the crowd at a leisurely pace. What does it want to do? Everyone was bewildered. Are you guys really pigs? Can't you see that it wants to slowly torture us? Fatso roared. Dongfang Wuhan said in a deep voice, Murong Xiong, go and kill it. Why should it be me? Murong Xiong frowned. The battle sword already made him fearful, not to mention a skeleton with the cultivation of a battle ancestor. Dongfang Wuhan roared, nonsense, this matter started because of you, shouldn't you go and deal with the aftermath? If you don't go, even if you can reach the other side, don't even think about entering the imperial capital. Ren Wushuang also said. In other words, he wanted to tell the old man that he was disqualified from entering the imperial capital. All right. You guys are ruthless. Murong Xiong gloomily glanced at the two of them, then turned around and charged towards the black skeleton. Dongfang Wuhan frowned and said loudly, Junior brother Qin, Junior brother Lu, Dong Zhenyang, I really can't be at ease. I'll leave everyone to you guys to take care of, I'll go and help him. Finished. Dongfang Wuhan resolutely turned around and chased after Murong Xiong, charging towards the black skeleton together. Boom! Ka-cha! Clang! The sound of battle rang out one after another. However, no one turned around and fled frantically. Several hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and his group arrived in front of a valley. The valley wasn't big, surrounded by mountains on all sides. There was only one narrow entrance, and there were many skeletons inside. Everyone immediately charged in. After clearing out the skeletons, Qin Feiyang said, 8-star War Emperor and 9-star War Emperor, go and block the entrance immediately. Don't let the skeletons in. Yes. More than a dozen people responded and immediately rushed towards the entrance, forcibly blocking the skeletons that were chasing them outside. Qin Feiyang looked at the situation at the entrance, raised his head to look at the mountain peaks on all sides of the valley, and then looked at Dong Zhenyang and said, Dong Zhenyang, you stay here in case of any accidents. Dong Zhenyang frowned. He didn't like Qin Feiyang giving him orders, but for the sake of the overall situation, he nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Lu Xingqian and Fatso, and said, let's go up and take a look. Chapter 565. The three of them stood at the top of the mountain and scanned the valley. Apart from the front entrance, there were not many skeletons in the other three directions of the valley. And they did not climb towards the top of the mountain. As long as they could block the entrance and stay in the valley, they would be safe for the time being. Boom! Crack! The sound of battle in the distance was endless. Qin Feiyang looked up. It was night, and with the blood mist blocking his vision, he could not see the situation over there clearly. Lu Xingqian said with a smile, Brother Qin, with your methods, you should be able to deal with that skeleton. Aren't you talking nonsense? With boss's strength, not to mention one, even two more won't be a problem. Fatso said proudly. Are you exaggerating? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and shook his head. The strength of the black skeleton cannot be underestimated because it has an immortal body. But I have some confidence in dealing with it. Aren't you also immortal? Fatso chuckled. What? Brother Qin has an immortal body? Could it be that Brother Qin is also a skeleton? Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Ah! Fatso was stunned. This guy's imagination was too rich, wasn't it? The immortal body he mentioned was referring to the battle formula. Once Qin Feiyang activated the battle formula, what was the difference between him and an immortal body? Seeing Fatso's expression, Lu Xingqian knew that he had misunderstood. He said with a smile, Brother Qin, don't you think it's very tiring? If there were only a few of us, I think it would be easier. It's not very tiring, it's very tiring. Boss, Fat Lord, I really don't know why you're walking with them. Fatso immediately said with dissatisfaction. We've already come here. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have to wait until we get out of the plains. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso glanced at the people below the valley and snorted coldly. Fat Lord doesn't want to stay a moment longer when facing these pigs. Bear with it. Qin Feiyang smiled. Look, why is there an iron sword over there? Suddenly, someone in the valley below exclaimed. Iron sword? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. They hastily jumped down and landed in front of the crowd. Fatso asked in surprise, where? One of the disciples stretched out his hand and pointed to the right side of the mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up, and his pupils shrank. Halfway up the mountain, there was a protruding rock, and right in the middle of that rock, there was a rusty sword stuck out. If there are battle swords, does that mean that there are also black skeletons here? Senior Brother Qin, Senior Brother Dong, what should we do? When they saw the sword again, there was no longer any greed in their hearts, only a deep fear. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why were these people's psychological qualities so bad? Don't panic. He shouted coldly, looked at Dong Zhenyang, and asked, shall we go up and take a look? You can look, but don't act recklessly. Dong Zhenyang said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said, I'm not some people, I still have a sense of propriety. Whoosh! The two quickly ran to the foot of the mountain and climbed up. After a few breaths, the two climbed up the rock and carefully walked to the front of the sword. This sword was slightly different from the previous one. This sword also had a skull on the hilt, but the blade was only 2 fingers wide, and could be considered a thin sword. And between the rust, there was a dark light. The two stood in front of the sword. More than 10 breaths passed, but the sword did not change at all, and no black skeleton appeared. It seems that as long as we don't touch it or pull it out, the black skeleton will not appear. But is there a black skeleton or not? Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Zhenyang looked down at the rock under his feet and said, there are rocks here, there is no place to hide. I don't think so. After that, he looked up at the sword, and his eyes could not help but become fiery. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and shook his head, even if there is no skeleton, don't act rashly. Dong Zhenyang immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction, but in the end, he did not say anything. Although it seemed to be fine now, who knew if something would happen when he really pulled out the sword? So it was better not to take this risk. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and jumped down. But at this moment, Dong Zhenyang said, Qin Feiyang, the battle of the 9 states is over, only one of us can leave the 9 underworlds alive. This place was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Anytime. Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused for a moment. After he finished speaking, he jumped down. Compared to Murong Xiong and the others, he admired Dong Zhenyang more. This was because Dong Zhenyang would not play any tricks. He was straightforward and aboveboard. How is it? Seeing the two of them come down, a group of people immediately surrounded them nervously. Just don't move. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Shenlong and the others also need to rest. We can't let them carry it all the time. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think you'll be fine hiding here? But suddenly, a playful voice came from outside the valley. It's it. Why is it here? Where are Senior Brother Wuhan and Senior Brother Murong Xiong? Have they been killed? Everyone who had just breathed a sigh of relief felt their hearts in their throats again. Because this voice was too familiar. It was the black skeleton. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He waved his hand and led everyone to the exit. As soon as they reached the exit, the black skeleton entered their line of sight. Dozens of meters away, the black skeleton walked over step by step. The battle sword in its hand emitted a gloomy black light. It was surrounded by a bloody mist, like a ghost walking in the night. Dong Zhenyang clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that Dongfang Wuhan and the others are doomed. It bodes ill rather than well." Everyone's body and mind trembled. They all looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang, looking extremely panicked. "Senior brother Qin, we were wrong before. Please help us get through this calamity. As long as we can survive, we promise that we will never go against you again." Wu Yan and Su Yang spoke one after another, their faces full of pleading. "Go against you?" Fatso sneered. "You don't even think about it properly. Do you really think you can cause us any losses?" Both of their eyes were instantly filled with rage. "Not convinced?" Fatso glanced at the two with disdain. "Stop arguing." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Zhenyang. "You take everyone to guard this valley. I'll go and meet it. It's not that I don't believe you, but to be on the safe side, I'll go with you," Dong Zhenyang said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhenyang's strength was not bad, and with the help of the war soul, he might really be of great help. "Shenlong, Jiang Wei, Fatso, you guys guard the entrance. Don't go out." After exhorting them, Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang took a step forward and rushed into the group of skeletons ahead. Boom! Both of them released their auras, like two human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Wherever they passed, the skeletons were smashed into pieces. There are still people who are not afraid of death. Seeing the two of them take the initiative to attack, the black skeleton was quite surprised. The two of them were silent and crazily killed their way over. Soon, they were only 5 or 6 meters away from the black skeleton. "Since you guys are in such a hurry to die, I might as well fulfill your wish first. After I kill you guys, I'll slowly torture them. The blood of humans is a rare delicacy in the world." The black skeleton glanced at Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang, and the blood-colored flames in its eyes flickered rapidly. Boom! In the next moment, it raised its battle sword and slashed in the air. A sword aura roared out, and its sharpness tore through the ground. The surrounding white skeletons were instantly annihilated. The white skeletons in the distance seemed to be very afraid when they saw this scene. They surrounded in the distance and did not dare to go forward. "This is a huge help," Qin Feiyang mumbled. If those white skeletons continued to surge forward, it would definitely cause them a lot of trouble. It would naturally be even more difficult to get rid of the black skeleton. Qin Feiyang was about to attack when Dong Zhenyang stopped him and secretly sent a voice transmission, "I'll test its strength first. You act according to the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Qin Feiyang a chance to speak, Dong Zhenyang placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed seals with his 10 fingers. Streams of black battle chi appeared and gathered between his hands. Almost in the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized black square seal condensed. Boom! As soon as the square seal appeared, a shocking aura surged in all directions. Black Devil Seal. With a low roar from Dong Zhenyang, the black square seal cut through the sky and collided with the sword aura. A loud explosion immediately sounded. Destructive waves of air covered the sky and the earth. Qin Feiyang had no choice but to retreat. Pfft! At the same time, Dong Zhenyang spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Not a match. Seeing this, the hundreds of people at the entrance couldn't help but feel uneasy. No wonder Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong died. It turned out that the black skeleton was actually so powerful. Its strength is not bad. But if this is all you have, then I advise you to give up resisting as soon as possible. The black skeleton sneered. Whoosh! It took a step forward, grabbed the battle sword, and directly slashed at Dong Zhenyang's head. Humph! Dong Zhenyang snorted coldly and didn't retreat at all. His big hands stretched out like lightning, the battle chi in his palm surging, and he slapped the back of the battle sword with his bare hands. Clang! The terrifying power bombarded the battle sword, and the battle sword suddenly bent and broke away from the black skeleton's bone claws, flying out and disappearing into the night sky. Following closely, Dong Zhenyang took a step forward and instantly landed on the side of the black skeleton, and then punched at the skeleton's skull. Crack! The continuous attacks caught the black skeleton off guard, and its head was torn apart on the spot. The skull was shattered, and the two flames in its eye sockets were equivalent to losing their protection, floating in front of Dong Zhenyang. Good chance. Dong Zhenyang's eyes lit up, and his hands stretched out like eagle claws, grabbing at the two clusters of flames. But just as he was about to grab the flames, the black skeleton's shattered skull was actually repaired in an instant. Moreover, that pair of dark bone claws was reaching for Dong Zhenyang's chest. Damn it! Dong Zhenyang cursed under his breath and retreated without hesitation. Hee hee, the black skeleton chased after him and even let out an ear-piercing laughter. It seemed that Dong Zhenyang's previous actions had completely infuriated it. At the same time, its bone claws stretched out in the air. Clang! The battle sword that disappeared into the night sky brought with it a sharp ear-piercing sound as it tore through the air like lightning. It grabbed the hilt of the sword, and the cluster of blood flames in its energy reserve released wisps of blood-colored air currents, like battle chi, and merged into the battle sword. Clang! At that moment, the battle sword began to tremble violently. One could even sense a very eager and excited spiritual fluctuation. Moreover, the blade of the battle sword was also covered with a layer of hazy blood light. Its sharpness was even stronger than before. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Dong Zhenyang, they both felt a fatal threat. And this threat came from that battle sword. Qin Feiyang, its self-healing ability is several times stronger than that of the white skeleton. It's very difficult to deal with. Therefore, you have to think of a way to destroy that battle sword. As Dong Zhenyang retreated, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang. Previously, he had attacked with all his might, but he could only send the battle sword flying. From this, it could be seen that he did not have the ability to destroy the battle sword, so he could only rely on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It was not impossible to destroy the battle sword. At the same time, as the blood-colored air currents continued to gather, the black battle sword in the black skeleton's hand had already turned dark red, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Human, I will definitely suck your blood dry. Suddenly, the black skeleton laughed sinisterly and raised its battle sword high. Immediately, dark red blood blades flew out, filling the void densely. Now, have a taste of your flesh being cut off piece by piece. The black skeleton's tone was almost crazy. It suddenly waved its battle sword, and the blood blades in the void charged towards Dong Zhenyang. You don't have the ability yet, Heavenly Demon Seal. Dong Zhenyang was seething with anger. He placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed a seal. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground around him exploded, and a deep pit appeared under his feet. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions. At the same time, a black square seal rushed out from between his hands, carrying the power to destroy the world as it blasted towards the blood blades. This heavenly demon seal was even stronger than the black demon seal from before. Clang! The blood blades shattered one after another. However, the heavenly demon seal was also gradually dissipating. When the last blood blade dissipated, the heavenly demon seal disintegrated with a loud bang. Dong Zhenyang immediately flew out like a meteorite. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His face was also as pale as paper. But this time, the black skeleton was also forced back a few steps. The blood-colored flames in its eyes showed signs of extinguishing several times. Quick! Dong Zhenyang shouted to Qin Feiyang. If he didn't destroy the battle sword, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold as he used the phantom steps, leaving behind afterimages as he rushed towards the black skeleton. Even that war master is no match for this seat. You, a mere war emperor, still dare to come here. This seat really admires your courage. The black skeleton's disdainful voice echoed in the air. Clang! It waved its battle sword, and a dark red sword chi whistled towards Qin Feiyang. Its movement of swinging the sword was very light, full of contempt. You'll suffer if you underestimate him. Dong Zhenyang whispered. He had already stabilized his body and stared at the black skeleton, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The sword chi arrived in an instant. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He slapped the air with his hand, and a golden light appeared and collided with the sword chi. Puff! Qin Feiyang's body trembled as he spat out blood. The skin on his arm was even more lacerated. But at the same time, the sword chi turned in the air and slashed towards the black skeleton. What's going on? The black skeleton was bewildered. The surprise is yet to come. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang laughed coldly, and followed closely behind the sword chi, continuing to attack the black skeleton. It was also at this moment. Dong Zhenyang was like a venomous snake baring its fangs, and also rushed towards the black skeleton. The black skeleton glanced at the two of them, the flames in its eyes jumping rapidly. It suddenly raised its bone finger, pointed at Dong Zhenyang, and shouted, "Kill him." As soon as these words were spoken, the white skeleton in the distance immediately turned into a white wave and swarmed forward. Chapter 566. Damn it! Seeing this, Dong Zhenyang cursed and sent a voice transmission, "Qin Feiyang, hold on for a while. I'll come and help you as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang turned around to look at Dong Zhenyang's situation and did not panic at all. Because at this time, he could not panic. He turned his head and continued to rush towards the black skeleton, saying, "Do you think you can kill me by trapping him? A mere 8-star war emperor can have such a method. It does surprise me, but that's all." The black skeleton sneered and waved the battle sword in its hand. Dozens of blood blades appeared and filled the void in front of it. Die! It raised its head and roared, like a ghost's howl. Whoosh! In an instant, the blood blades floating in the air were like sharp arrows, cutting through the night sky and charging towards Qin Feiyang. The bone-piercing killing intent made one tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang did not dodge, and his gaze was deathly still. Suddenly, he raised his arm and clapped his hand in the air. A glaring light gushed out from his palm like a tidal wave. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded in the night sky. Golden light shone in all directions. Amidst the golden light, the dozens of blood blades turned in the air and shot towards the black skeleton. What? The black skeleton was shocked. If it was only once, it could be treated as a coincidence. But if the same thing happened a second time, then it was definitely not a coincidence. But how did this human do it? Dozens of blood blades were aggressive and instantly drowned the black skeleton. And Qin Feiyang's arm was also shattered, flesh and blood flying everywhere. But he did not retreat. He stepped on the ground and forcefully stabilized his body. At the same time, the ground exploded, revealing a deep pit. Then, Qin Feiyang was like an invincible war god. He ignored his shattered arm and swooped down in front of the black skeleton like lightning. Underestimating me, you will pay a heavy price. He smiled coldly. Clang! Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. He raised his other arm, grabbed Chang Shui, and slashed towards the black skeleton's head. Originally, Dong Zhenyang's intention was to destroy the battle sword first before killing the black skeleton. But at this moment, he had a chance to directly shatter the black skeleton's skull, shatter the flames in its eye sockets, and kill it completely. A person with a strong combat awareness would definitely know how to adapt to the situation during battle. Therefore, Qin Feiyang ignored the battle sword and directly charged towards the black skeleton. However, the black skeleton's reaction speed was far beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. Just as blue snow was about to pierce through the black skeleton's skull, the black skeleton brandished its battle sword and slashed towards Qin Feiyang's waist. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the battle sword. If this were to continue, there would be a situation where both jade and common stone would be destroyed. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. But while retreating, with his rich combat experience and combat awareness, Chang Shui in his hand turned in the air and slashed at the battle sword in the black skeleton's hand. Clang! Instantly, sparks flew everywhere. Chang Shui's sharpness was indestructible. It instantly cut the battle sword into two. What? The black skeleton turned pale with fright. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. It was such a good opportunity, but he couldn't kill the black skeleton. What a pity. Fortunately, he had a strong ability to adapt and destroyed the battle sword. He did not let down Dong Zhenyang's expectations. Human, you're going to die. Suddenly, the black skeleton roared, and its murderous aura surged into the sky. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feiyang restrained his emotions, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Fight! He was about to activate the battle formula, but at this moment, Dong Zhenyang suddenly shouted from behind, Qin Feiyang, get out of the way. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Because behind him, he felt a destructive wave. Obviously, Dong Zhenyang had used some killing move. Without hesitation, he flickered and disappeared without a trace in an instant. God-Fiend Seal. The moment he disappeared, Dong Zhenyang, who was surrounded by white skeletons, roared angrily. His long hair fluttered, and his aura was overwhelming. At the same time, between his hands, a pitch-black square seal shot out like a meteor. Wherever it passed, those white skeletons with immortal bodies were crushed into pieces like decaying dead wood. The terrifying power tore the earth apart. Damn humans. If the battle sword wasn't destroyed, even if all of you joined forces, I wouldn't be afraid. Seeing this, the black skeleton cursed angrily, then turned around and fled in fear. The battle sword is indeed its greatest reliance. Dong Zhenyang muttered. Then, killing intent surged in his eyes. The black square seal cut through the sky, and its aura firmly locked onto the black skeleton. No matter where the black skeleton escaped, the square seal followed. In the end, the black skeleton couldn't escape. The square seal carried an aura of destruction and blasted onto its body. Ah! Immediately, a shrill scream resounded through the night sky. The surrounding white skeletons were also completely shattered and disappeared in an instant. Is it dead? Dong Zhenyang fought with the white skeletons while looking at the dusty area over there, feeling rather uneasy. If they couldn't kill the black skeleton like this, then everyone could only run for their lives. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang also appeared out of thin air. He crushed the white skeletons in front of him like a hot knife through butter and gathered together with Dong Zhenyang. His heart was also very uneasy. A moment passed. The dust settled, revealing a huge sinkhole. The ground near the sinkhole was also shattered. The two of them looked at each other and approached the sinkhole. When they arrived at the edge of the sinkhole, the two of them hurriedly looked at the bottom. It was empty inside. But there was a black skull buried in the soil at the bottom. It's not dead. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Hold on, I'll go down and take a look. Dong Zhenyang said gloomily. He pushed back a few white skeletons that were pouncing on him with a palm strike. Then, he jumped into the sinkhole and carefully approached the skull. When he was 10 meters away, there was no movement from the skull. When he was 5 meters away, there was no movement from the skull either. When Dong Zhenyang walked to the front of the skull, there was still no movement. But Dong Zhenyang didn't dare to be careless. He slowly bent down and reached out to grab the skull. Battle chi surged in his palm, and his entire body entered a state of alert. There were even bean-sized beads of sweat on his forehead. It could be seen how nervous he was at this moment. Qin Feiyang was also dealing with the white skeletons while firmly locking onto the skull, ready to deal with it at any time. Finally, Dong Zhenyang grabbed the skull and lifted it up. The moment the skull left the soil, Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang finally relaxed. It turned out that this was only half a skull. And there was a black hole in the eye socket, without a trace of blood-colored flames. It was obvious that the black skeleton was dead. What a troublesome fellow. Dong Zhenyang let out a long sigh of relief with lingering fear. His 5 fingers tightened, and the skull in his hand was immediately crushed into pieces. Then, he left the sinkhole and rushed towards the valley with Qin Feiyang while crushing the white skeletons. Boom! But before they could get close, a loud sound that shook the sky sounded from the valley. What's going on? The two of them were shocked. Boss, come over quickly. The black skeleton in the valley has awakened. Fatso's anxious shout followed closely. What? How could that skeleton have awakened? Who pulled out that battle sword? Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang were furious. They had just finished off this skeleton, and their injuries had yet to recover. Now that the skeleton in the valley had awakened, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? While he was angry, Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out 2 healing pills and a regeneration pill. After taking the healing pill and regeneration pill, he handed the other healing pill to Dong Zhenyang. These pills all had 3 pill veins and had very strong recovery abilities. But even so, their hearts were very heavy. This was because they didn't know the strength of the black skeleton in the valley at all. If it was stronger than the skeleton they killed earlier, then it would definitely be a tough battle later. Boom! The rumbling sound came from the valley again. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang vaguely saw that the entire valley had collapsed. One figure after another ran out from the collapsed rubble, all in a sorry state. At the same time, there were also screams. The screams were filled with despair and fear. Whoosh! The two of them sped up, wishing that they could grow a few pairs of wings. A few breaths passed. They could finally see Fatso and the others clearly. Everyone's face was filled with panic. Boss, hurry up! After Fatso saw Qin Feiyang, he immediately roared. His body was covered in blood. Obviously. Previously in the valley, he had fought with the black skeleton. The two groups of people gathered together. Dong Zhenyang said in a deep voice, "Tell me, what's going on?" "We don't know either." Everyone shook their heads. Dong Zhenyang said angrily, "Aren't you in the valley? How can you not know?" Hee. Without waiting for everyone to speak, an ear-piercing laughter suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over and saw a black skeleton walking over step by step, with a murderous aura all over its body. And its bone claws were holding a dark battle sword, shining with a terrifying light. That was the thin sword that was inserted into the rock at the beginning. Damn it! Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang's expressions changed at the same time. Because the aura of this skeleton was even stronger than the one they had killed before. Shenlong, Fatso, you guys clear the way. Jiang Wei, Lu Xingqian, you guys cover the rear. The rest of the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors, stand on both sides and protect everyone as we rush to the end of the plane. Remember, if you want to live, you must maintain a good formation. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang quickly made arrangements. What about you? Fatso said anxiously. Dong Zhenyang and I will kill it. Now, only by killing it can we eliminate all future troubles. Otherwise, our casualties will be even greater. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Dong Zhenyang shouted angrily, quickly do as Qin Feiyang said. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless and leaving you guys behind. Chapter 567. Tsk Tisk, when the black skeleton saw the others fleeing, it cackled viciously. It raised its sword and swung it down. A streak of black sword chi instantly pierced through the sky and charged towards Fatty and the others. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Boom! Both of their auras suddenly exploded. Void's End. Godfiend Seal. An invisible force and a black square seal appeared and shot toward the sword chi at the same time. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. Qin Feiyang was sent reeling. His chi and blood surged as he spat out blood. Dong Zhenyang only took a few steps back. A trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. The black skeleton and Dong Zhenyang were in a similar situation. Qin Feiyang, although you're powerful, your cultivation base is still too weak. You can't fight it with your battle techniques. Don't hold back. Go all out. Dong Zhenyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. He knew that dragging this out would do no good to anyone. More importantly, he was more worried about Fatso and Ren Wushuang. If the black skeleton blocked their way, they would be in grave danger. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. Swoosh! The two of them stepped forward and shot toward the black skeleton. Meanwhile, a towering wave of fire surged out from behind Qin Feiyang. Amid the waves of fire, the nine-leaf fire lotus emitted a destructive aura. Clang! In an instant, 9 fire lotus leaves fell off. They tore through the night sky like 9 shooting stars and shot toward the black skeleton. Ant! The black skeleton's disdainful voice rang in the air. It waved its sword. Dozens of sword chi shot out with shocking sharpness and collided with the 9 fire lotus leaves. Explode! Qin Feiyang shouted. His words were filled with power. The 9 fire lotus leaves exploded at the same time. A destructive force swept out in all directions. The white skeletons in the surroundings were pulverized. The flames in his eyes were instantly extinguished. At the center of the explosion, cracks began to appear all over the black skeleton's bones. This heavy injury shocked and angered it. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the battle sword released tens of thousands of sword chi and brought the black skeleton out of the explosion area. Walala, but at the same time, a pitch-black iron chain appeared behind Dong Zhenyang. It was as thick as an arm and looked like a python, flickering with black light. As soon as the chain appeared, it streaked across the sky and headed straight for the black skeleton. This was his fighting soul. Seeing Dong Zhenyang's fighting soul, Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. Without hesitation, he took out Chang Shui and followed behind the chain, rushing towards the black skeleton. Trash! The black skeleton was still disdainful. The reason for that was because it discovered that the chains did not possess any offensive power. As the iron chain approached, it swung its battle sword and slashed at it. Trash! I can guarantee that you will be shocked soon. The corner of Dong Zhenyang's mouth lifted, pursing a sinister sneer. Next! His mind stirred. The iron chain immediately turned in the air, bypassed the battle sword, and instantly wrapped around the black skeleton's body. Freeze! Immediately, Dong Zhenyang let out a roar. The black skeleton immediately felt an invisible force enveloping it. Its body was actually unable to move. How could this be? The black skeleton was shocked. A dead object is a dead object after all. Even if it has intelligence, it is limited. Die completely. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also rushed to the front of the black skeleton. With a low roar, he suddenly waved the Chang Shui in his hand. Crack! Chang Shui was too terrifying. The black skeleton's skull was like tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. In an instant, the skull was cut into 2 halves, and the flames in its eye sockets were also instantly extinguished. Then, Qin Feiyang slapped out again. His battle chi was like a rainbow, and the black skeleton's skeleton was shattered on the spot, completely destroyed. Phew! Dong Zhenyang let out a long breath, and the iron chain also dissipated, quickly disappearing without a trace. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with just 2 skeletons. How dangerous is the death swamp behind us? Qin Feiyang whispered, his brows full of worry. Before this, he had always been very confident, but now, he felt that the chances of reaching the other side were a little slim. Don't think about it, let's go. Dong Zhenyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded and put away the Chang Shui. He turned around and killed the white skeleton while chasing after Fatso and the others. If these damn things didn't cause trouble, even if a few more black skeletons came, I wouldn't be afraid. Dong Zhenyang was rather angry. Qin Feiyang felt the same. Although they had already found the weaknesses of these skeletons, their numbers were too large and they couldn't kill them all. Whether it was traveling or fighting, it would bring them endless trouble. Dong Zhenyang suddenly said, "Do you think Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong are really dead?" "It's possible," Qin Feiyang said, but he wasn't sure. Dong Zhenyang sneered, "If they really died, it could be considered a good thing." Both of them were kings of the War Master realm, and were undoubtedly his biggest competitors. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Zhenyang, but did not deny it. Suddenly, the two of them noticed a corpse lying on the ground in front of them. The two of them took a closer look. It was a young man wearing white clothes with the word "Spirit" embroidered on his chest. Without a doubt, this person was someone who retreated with the main group. His death was especially tragic. However, the two of them ignored him and continued to track Fatso and the others. On the way, they encountered many more corpses. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you will die 9 times out of 10. Dong Zhenyang couldn't help but sigh. In the spiritual state, these people were all heaven-defying existences that countless young people looked up to. However, here, they could only be hunted down. No one even cared about the corpses. How sad. A moment later, the two of them finally caught up to the main group. However, everyone's situation was very bad. Most of them were seriously injured and were barely holding on. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang rushing over, some of them fell to the ground powerlessly. "Senior brother Qin, senior brother Dong, I really can't hold on any longer." "I can't hold on either. Can you think of a way?" they begged helplessly. Looking at the endless wave of skeletons around them, their hearts were filled with regret and hatred. Why didn't they listen to his advice and insist on coming to this damned place? Qin Feiyang killed the skeletons while scanning everyone. Those who didn't fall to the ground were all covered in wounds and looked like they had no hope of living. Even Fatso, Lu Xingqian, Ren Wushuang, Shen Long, and Jiang Wei, the 2 9-star combat emperors, looked miserable. It wasn't good to continue like this because everyone had lost their morale. In such a cruel environment, losing morale was equivalent to being a dead man. "All of you, stand up. In this place, no one will sympathize with cowards. If you don't get up, I won't care about you. I won't let anyone else care about you. You will stay here and wait for death." Qin Feiyang shouted. Although it was heartless, it was also a way to motivate everyone. And now, this was the only way to motivate everyone. Sure enough. As soon as they heard that he was going to leave them alone, those who were lying on the ground immediately gritted their teeth and got up to join the battle. Because in this world, no one wanted to die. "Shin-san!" Qin Feiyang shouted. A young man covered in blood and with shifty eyes quickly ran in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. "Senior brother Qin, what are your orders?" Qin Feiyang said, "Where are the pills that Dongfang Wuhan gave you?" "It's used up," Shen-san hurriedly said, but there was some panic in his eyes. "Is it really used up?" Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He had seen all kinds of people. Just by looking at Shin-san's eyes, he knew that this person had a guilty conscience. "It's really used up," Shin-san said. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked, "You've been here all this time. Do you know how many pills he gave everyone?" Fatso thought for a moment and said, "It seems that everyone was given one." "How dare you!" Qin Feiyang turned hostile on the spot. He coldly looked at Shinsan and said gloomily, "How could Dongfang Wuhan only give you these pills? Hand them all over immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." Shinsan's body and mind trembled. Dongfang Wuhan did give him a lot of top-grade pills, at least tens of thousands of them. But when he saw that Dongfang Wuhan didn't return, he had the idea of embezzling them. Because this place was too terrifying. If he didn't have enough pills, he was afraid that it would be difficult to last until the end. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang would see through it? "Hurry up!" Qin Feiyang shouted. However, before his voice fell, Dong Zhenyang directly attacked and killed Shinsan with one palm. "Why are you talking nonsense with this kind of person?" Dong Zhenyang said coldly, then took out 2 Qiankuan bags from Shinsan's arms and checked them. One of the Qiankuan bags was directly thrown away by him. The other Qiankuan bag was handed over to Ren Wushuang, and Ren Wushuang distributed the pills to everyone. Because Ren Wushuang was the granddaughter of the mansion master, she definitely wouldn't hide them. "Don't stop, let's continue." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the way with Fatso and Shenlong, while Dong Zhenyang, Lu Xingqian and Jiang Wei brought up the rear. Of course, Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang still had to support everyone. As for distributing the pills, Ren Wushuang also called Shin Mei to help. With the support of these top-grade medicinal pills, everyone's injuries finally stabilized, and they were gradually getting better. For a moment, everything was in order. Time passed breath by breath. Finally, the blood moon fell from the sky, and the blood sun slowly rose. However, they still couldn't see the end of the plain, but the crisis was finally over. Because as soon as the blood sun rose, those white skeletons all drilled into the ground. Beside a hill, someone collapsed on the ground, panting. Someone was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Some people looked at the blood-red sky and laughed foolishly. At this moment, everyone didn't care about their external image at all. They only felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhenyang stood at the side and scanned the crowd. The worry between their brows never dissipated. It had already been 2 days and 2 nights, but they couldn't even see the shadow of the end of the plain. How much longer would they have to walk? Most importantly, there were only a little over 200 people left when they reached this point. One had to know. There were a total of 550 people this time. In the end, more than half of them had died before even reaching the death swamp. The 2 of them didn't even dare to think about how many more people would be sacrificed next. Dong Zhenyang turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go talk." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 568. After walking for dozens of meters, the 2 stopped. Qin Feiyang asked, "What do you want to say?" "Out of 550 people, only 200 are left. If this goes on, we will be wiped out." Dong Zhenyang sighed deeply, turned to Qin Feiyang, and cupped his hands. "I hope you can contribute a healing pill with 3 patterns." Qin Feiyang was silent. Dong Zhenyang said, "I know, this is a little unfair to you. After all, a pill with 3 patterns is worth a lot." Qin Feiyang waved his hand to interrupt Dong Zhenyang, shook his head, and said, "I'm not thinking about this. It's just a healing pill, I don't care. I'm just thinking, you treated them as cannon fodder at the beginning, so why are you helping them now?" "At the beginning, I did treat them as cannon fodder. But seeing them die one by one, I really can't bear to say that you don't believe me." Dong Zhenyang sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Zhenyang in surprise. It seemed that this person, although cold and heartless on the outside, was quite benevolent and righteous on the inside. "I believe your words. I can contribute a healing pill, but to be honest, I don't have many medicinal herbs." Qin Feiyang said. "How can that be? According to your character, you should have prepared a lot of medicinal herbs before coming to the 9 underworlds." Dong Zhenyang frowned. Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He said, "I won't hide it from you. During the period before the War of the Nine Provinces started, Fatty and I had been locked up in the prison by the mansion master. There was such a thing. Dong Zhenyang was surprised. Yes, Wang Hong personally guarded us during that time. When the Battle of the Nine Provinces began, Wang Hong took us directly into the inner hall. I didn't have time to buy medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Dong Zhenyang stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. When he came back to his senses, he joked, I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared. So he went to enjoy life in prison. Enjoy life? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. You don't have to worry about the herbs. Who here doesn't have some herbs? Just make them hand it over. I believe that no one will refuse. If they refuse, then they are really a bunch of idiots who are not worthy of our protection. Dong Zhenyang said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhenyang said, there's one more thing. What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Ren Wushuang. She's only a 3-star combat emperor. It's too dangerous to leave her outside. It's better to send her to your castle. After all, if anything happens to her and the old man pursues the matter, we won't be able to escape the blame. Dong Zhenyang said. He had been to the castle before and knew what kind of place it was. You don't have to worry about her. Do you remember the pill I gave you before? Qin Feiyang laughed. Dong Zhenyang said, you mean, the pill that allowed me to break through to the War Master? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. So that's how it is. It seems that your relationship with Ren Wushuang is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Dong Zhenyang said meaningfully. Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Dong Zhenyang looked at him deeply, his gaze suddenly darkened, and said coldly, now that we've finished discussing this matter, it's time to drag that person out. Indeed. If we don't get rid of this kind of person, it will only attract more trouble. Qin Feiyang's eyes also became incomparably cold. The two of them turned around and returned to the resting area. Seeing their expressions, everyone was bewildered. Could it be that something had happened? Dong Zhenyang swept his gaze across everyone and shouted, speak, who pulled out the battle sword in the valley? Battle sword? Everyone looked at each other, not saying anything for a moment, their eyes filled with confusion. Qin Feiyang and I went to observe. As long as we don't pull out the battle sword, the skeleton won't wake up. So, someone must have pulled out that battle sword while no one was paying attention. And this kind of person who only cares about his own selfish interests and doesn't care about the safety of others must be eliminated. Dong Zhenyang said in a deep voice, a cold light surging in his eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang scanned everyone's faces, observing the changes in their expressions. However, in the end, there was no panic or fear on these people's faces. There was only anger. Could it be that it's not them? Qin Feiyang frowned, and looked at Fatso. You were in the valley at that time, did you notice anything? No. Fatso shook his head and said, at that time, we were all at the entrance, watching the battle between you and the black skeleton. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingqian, Ren Wushuang, and Xin Mei. The three of them also shook their heads. That's strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. What should we do? If we can't find this person now, who knows what trouble will come in the future? Dong Zhenyang asked telepathically. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and whispered, is it possible that the black skeleton will wake up on its own without pulling out the battle sword? Dong Zhenyang was silent for a moment. Now that things had developed to this point, he did not dare to make a rash judgment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, forget it, let's not think about it. Just be careful in the future. That's the only way. Dong Zhenyang nodded and looked at everyone, hurry up and recuperate. We'll set off in an hour. In addition, Qin Feiyang and I have discussed before. Hand over all the medicinal herbs you have, and Qin Feiyang will refine pills for you. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. As everyone knew, Qin Feiyang could refine supreme-grade pills with 3 elixir patterns. With his help, their chances of survival would undoubtedly be higher. But everyone was a little afraid. Because they were afraid that Qin Feiyang would embezzle them. So for a moment, no one took the initiative to take out the medicinal herbs. Are you still doubting him? I just don't understand. Why do you have a pair of eyes? Can't you see that Qin Feiyang is sincerely helping everyone? Just these 2 times, if it weren't for his help, all of you would have died in the hands of those 2 black skeletons. Dong Zhenyang shouted angrily. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to make a decision for a moment. Forget it. You can do whatever you want. But I have to make it clear in advance. Those who don't hand over the medicinal herbs can forget about getting half a pill from Qin Feiyang. Dong Zhenyang snorted coldly and took the lead to take out a large pile of medicinal herbs from his qiankuan bag. Although I'm also a supreme-grade alchemist, I hope that Qin Feiyang will refine the pills. Lu Xingqian smiled and took out a pile of medicinal herbs. Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang looked at each other and each took out a pile of medicinal herbs. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. One had to know. Dong Zhenyang and Lu Xingqian both had a grudge against Qin Feiyang. Although the 3 of them usually didn't mention this matter and didn't see Dong Zhenyang and Lu Xingqian seeking revenge on Qin Fei, there was definitely still a gap in their hearts. But now, the 2 of them handed over the medicinal herbs without hesitation. It could be seen that in this cruel environment, they had tacitly chosen to temporarily put aside their previous grudges and unite to overcome the difficulties together. Suddenly, Su Yang got up and said, "Can I make a request?" "Say it." Dong Zhenyang said. Su Yang said, "All the medicinal herbs and pills will be kept by Ren Wushuang." Obviously, he still didn't trust Qin Feiyang. This, Dong Zhenyang hesitated and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. This time, everyone was finally completely relieved and took out the medicinal herbs one after another. Ren Wushuang also walked in front of everyone and took away the medicinal herbs one by one. Fatso frowned and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said discontentedly, "Boss, what are you doing? Looking for trouble for yourself? What are you talking about?" Ren Wushuang had just finished collecting the medicinal herbs and came to Qin Feiyang's side. As soon as he heard Fatso's words, he immediately glared at Fatso fiercely. "Is Fat Lord wrong? Since they don't believe in Boss, why should he refine pills for them? Besides, everyone knows that Boss has a rule for refining pills, 50-50. Have they mentioned this now? In Fat Lord's opinion, in their hearts, Boss refining pills for them is a matter of course." Fatso sneered. Shen Mei said helplessly, "Isn't this a special time?" Fatso said, "It's precisely because it's a special time that we should make it more clear. Besides, we're not philanthropists, why should we?" Okay, stop talking. I can also understand Fatso's feelings. After all, Qin Feiyang is not refining ordinary pills. Let's split it 50-50. Does anyone have any objections? Dong Zhenyang looked at everyone and asked. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. In this situation, did they dare to have any objections? Because with Qin Feiyang's character, it was already merciful for him to refine pills for them. How could they dare to expect anything else? Next, Fatso and Shen Mei assisted Ren Wushuang to organize the medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang first took a portion of the medicinal herbs for the healing pill and entered the castle to refine it. Half an hour passed quickly. Qin Feiyang also came out of the castle and handed a qiankuan bag to Ren Wushuang. Ren Wushuang looked at the pills in the qiankuan bag and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him and looked at everyone. "You guys got a big advantage this time." No one denied it. Because only the medicinal herbs, they could get a pill with 3 pill veins. It was indeed a big advantage. But when Ren Wushuang took out the pill, the whole place suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Then, everyone became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That was because the healing pill didn't have 3 pill veins, but 4. He can actually refine a pill with 4 pill veins. Everyone's hearts trembled. 4 pill veins, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen it. They had made a huge profit. With this pill, why would they worry about not being able to get out of this plane? Even Dong Zhengyang was quite excited. Ren Wushuang said, "Come to me to receive it. 1 for each of you first, and the rest will be distributed slowly later." Immediately, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and went to Ren Wushuang to receive the pills one by one. After distributing the pills, Fatso sneered, "Now tell Fat Lord, are you still dissatisfied in your hearts?" Everyone laughed embarrassedly and couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in their hearts. "All right, we've got the pills. It's time for us to set off. But before we leave, I want to warn some people not to stir up trouble again." Dong Zhenyang glanced at the crowd and focused on Su Yang and Wu Yan. The 2 of them trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Dong Zhenyang. "Let's go." Dong Zhenyang waved his hand and was about to leave. "Wait for us." But at this moment,